There we go. Hello, friends. Sorry, I forgot for a quick second how OBS works. And also, friends, feel free to say hi really quick just so I can make sure that our audio levels are A-okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Howdy.
Hello.
Alright, I'm gonna scooch it down just a smidgen, but it looks like we're good. Alright, friends, welcome to Glitter Hearts. It's been a while since we've done a one-shot here on Records of the Realms of Glitter Hearts, but I'm so happy to be doing it again. We're going to do a little bit of intros, and then we're going to go ahead into meeting our heroes. For those of you who don't know my face somehow, because I spend too much time on this channel.
That is not.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Mel. I go by Melouette on most socials. My pronouns are she, her, they. You can also, aside from here, find me on the Storyteller Squad, wherever you get your podcasts, as Felicity Starnbrook. And tonight, I'm your record keeper. I'm running this game. I'm a big fan of Glitter Hearts. I'm here for the magical girl vibes, and we are going to go around and introduce our heroes, friends. If you could do your name and pronouns, if you could do your character's name and pronouns, and if you could do their hero name as well. So, for example, if my day name was Mel and my hero name was Rosethorn, then it's Mel, also known as Rosethorn, she, her pronouns, or something like that. Okay, let's start with Corinne. Also, feel free to plug your own
Hello.
socials.
Hi, howdy. My name is Corinne. Today I am playing Greta Fuller, her hero name is Phlox, and in every way, shape, or form, me and my characters all use she, her pronouns.
Alright, let's do Echo. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have something else you wanted to say?
No, I was gonna say I think that's it, so it's perfect.
Echo, you're next.
Howdy, I'm Echo. You can find me on the socials at Yes I'm Baby. And I play Nixie, who I'm pretty sure has a last name, and I just forgot what it was.
That's okay.
Hero name Glory Mist. And similar to Corinne, all of us use they them pronouns.
Perfect. Saren! What up?
Hello. I am Saren. My character's name is Kier Halifax. Magical transformation Striga, and just like everybody else, pronouns they them.
We're staying consistent with the pronouns. And last but not least, Poppy.
Hi, I'm Poppy. My pronoun. Shut up.
I'm sorry. Every time you do it, every time I think of that one
How many
YouTube
times
video.
must we stream together?
I don't know what you want from me, friend.
I want your love and affection. That's all. My pronouns are she, her, and I will be playing Valley. Let me see if I can remember what her last name is. It doesn't matter. Ruiz, that's it. Valley Ruiz, who is also she, her.
Perfect. Okay. So, friends, before we officially begin, I do want to plug a couple things. Sorry, I just looked at the chat. Hi, Vinny. So, a couple things to plug really quick, first of all. I already dropped the link in the chat earlier, but for anyone out there who are fans of Powered by the Apocalypse games, for those of you who don't know, Powered by the Apocalypse means that the game's rule set and mechanics are based on the game Apocalypse World, which was created by the Baker family. The wife of this duo was unfortunately diagnosed with breast cancer and is currently raising funds over on Meal Train. So if you could consider helping them out through this very difficult time, we would very much appreciate it. It's thanks to them that we have games like Monster of the Week, like Glitter Hearts, like Thirsty Sword Lesbians, and so many other cool games out there, because they made this cool game first. So anything that you can do to help or even just spread the word is highly, highly appreciated. Speaking of spending your money, we also have a store.
What a segue.
If you are interested in getting some merch, you can visit the Records of the Realms shop, where I am the resident merch fairy of. I've made both designs that are available on the store of our best boy Rex, our little record keeper mascot. We love them very, very much. So if you want some mugs or some stickers or a cute crop sweatshirt like Echo's got on right now, you can head over there to get that now. But give your money to the Baker family first. No, I'm not gonna lie, our shop isn't going anywhere. Like they need the help. If you want to show us support, that's lovely, but give them the help first. Anyways, we are going to get into tonight's one shot. There will be a break somewhere around midway through the session. And then any other breaks that players request as well. Guys, feel free to just DM me if you need a break or something, but if you also need to just get up and go to the bathroom, like, nobody's gonna judge you. You can just get up and just go and then just come back quietly. You're fine. So, to start. That's where the audio was. You stinker. There it is. I was hearing audio in my headphones earlier, and I finally figured out where it was coming from. I had a window open, because I was looking at the Records of the Realms page on my Chrome tab. And yeah, so I was hearing double of myself. I'm sorry for being weird.
You're fine.
Anyway, we're going to actually properly dive into this one shot. I'm going to turn up the music just a wee bit, and then we're going to dive into this. All right, cool. So, long ago, a gate stood open between two worlds, the human world of Earth and the magical realm of the Gleaming Wild. The two realms were in such harmony that when the Gleam faced danger, humans answered the call to protect it and their ruler. As thanks for their outstanding loyalty and devotion, 4 humans in particular were permanently blessed with magic from the Gleam, or the Gleaming Wild, and dubbed Guardians, offered a position to remain at their ruler's side and serve the two worlds. Unfortunately, this would cause war between the humans and the residents of the Gleaming Wild. For why should only 4 humans receive such a gift? And yet, on the other side of that, where do humans get the entitlement to think they deserve more? As war raged on, the only solution seemed to be to shut the gate between the two worlds. But to shut the gate called for great sacrifice. The Gleaming Wild's ruler and their chosen guardians joined forces to erect a barrier between the two worlds. This ritual sealed this ruler and the sort of captain of her chosen away in a force field of energy and turned the palace into an impenetrable wild terrain. The remaining guardians became stone, forever guarding their leader, while their artifacts were left intact. The Gleam was sealed off from the human realm forever. Or so we thought. The truest villain is entitlement, yes. Centuries later, the artifacts of the Guardians began calling for their owners, who had found their souls reincarnated into new bodies on Earth. But if they're back, that must mean danger is looming. Kier, Greta, and Valley. The 3 of you know this story well. It was a story that absolutely altered your lives forever. You started to learn and understand the details shortly after meeting your mystic companion and mentor, Boba, and becoming the next generation of Guardians yourselves. The 3 of you worked incredibly well together and managed to keep monstrosities at bay. However, you never fully reached your potential as Guardians. Your 4th was missing. What started as an incredible journey in high school plateaued out as you began college life. You started a club as a cover so that you could be ready for anything, but the monstrosities you grew used to fighting slowly stopped appearing. And about a year ago, Boba disappeared as well. You had walked into your club room one day and found his iconic balloons that you kept tied around his waist, his little turtle body, floating with a little note left on the floor saying he was off to investigate and would return. But a year later, he has yet to do so. So now we're here, a little over a year later. The 3 of you have been living life at High Hatella University as normally as one can after all that you've seen. Until Nixie came along. Your club was a front, and Nixie, having a passion for photojournalism, whipped you lazy college kids into shape, and now you have a full-fledged club going.
Sorry, not sorry.
No.
You bitch.
It was about time.
Yep. So, today is your club meeting day. Nixie, what day of the week do we all meet for newspaper club?
Thursdays.
Thursdays. Perfect. Love that. I like how you said that with such a quickness. Cool.
So much.
So, on Thursdays, you all meet for newspaper club. What is your average? Let's go around and see what everybody's average Thursday is like before we actually start club activities, because you have a very important assignment to get done today, but I want to see what mindset everybody is in today. So let's start, let's work in reverse of intros. So Poppy, let's start with you. What's Valley's typical day, typical Thursday like before newspaper club?
Let me close up my Sprite then. So, Valley's typical day looks like getting her younger siblings out the door to school, because she is their legal guardian. She's has to take care of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then going to all of her law classes. She's actually getting ready to do her first mock trial. She's very excited. But that's what her typical day looks like, and trying to avoid certain buildings around town.
Certain buildings.
Like
what? Like what?
Like, I don't know, maybe the radio station.
The radio station. Okay.
She doesn't normally have to go over there, but sometimes if they don't have current events, she might have to go over there. So, but she's like, I can send someone else to go do that.
And Poppy, for the people at home, why does Valley want to avoid the radio station? You gotta clue us in for those of the folks who don't know.
I thought we could just give them a little tease. No.
We'll
All right, fine. We can get to that. I mean, we can talk about Kier next.
Go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kier, what's a typical Thursday for you like before a newspaper club?
Okay, so kind of the same, minus the siblings. Going to classes.
Oh, is Kier an only child? Is that what we're finding out?
You don't know that?
Okay. I don't know that. I know nothing. That's why I'm asking.
But going to classes, taking care of the records, getting that lo-fi study music going on
the radio
school
station.
radio.
Are you also avoiding anybody, or are you just giving zero
Nope.
fucks? Okay. All right. Let's move
Maybe
on.
a wandering glance out the window.
A what glance out the
A
window?
wandering glance.
Yeah.
Just to see.
Ooh, just a little, maybe a little pining.
A little glance. A little wishing.
All right. Our dear Nixie, our freshman, by the way. I believe everybody else is junior and senior range. Nixie is the youngest of the group. Nixie, what's a typical Thursday for you like? Do you have class with Professor Bilson, or do you get spared from his unnerving stare?
As a freshman, Nixie's having to take all the gross, everyone has to take them classes. So she pounds them out, first thing in the morning. She's got, 3 back-to-back. An English class, a math class, and a science class.
Oh, so you do have to see Bilson. Okay. All right.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. You do it first thing in the morning, so did you make the freshman mistake of taking morning classes? Because,
Listen, to be fair, I actually took a lot of morning classes in college because I wanted to nap.
I mean, oh, that's
This was not a
fair.
freshman mistake. This was a freshman choice, both in real life and in Nixie's life.
It's a smart day. It's a
fair
smart
enough.
idea.
Anyways,
Get
no, so
everything
she
done.
pounds those out. She's got that. And then she spends the afternoon before news club taking photos of.
Here's what I found.
I wasn't talking to you.
No, thank you, Siri.
But then she spends the time that's left between her last class of the day and news club attending whatever events are available that she can, get photos at. Sometimes just taking like random photos around campus if she just happens to see something that looks cool.
Right, like just some candids. Love that. Okay,
Yes.
cool. Greta, what's an average Thursday for you like?
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure my average Thursday starts out with working out because that's important to me. So I probably go to the boxing gym and just the place that I work.
That's right.
Cause, yeah.
You are a boxer. I forgot about that. I remembered you were an athlete. I forgot you were a boxer.
Yeah, I'm a boxer.
I didn't realize there was a boxer. That's
Yeah.
new to me.
Yeah, I teach classes to kids, but that's after school. It's too early in the day for that. So, I do go and I work out in the morning, and then I think probably since we chose Thursday as the club day, and then I said, I'm gonna avoid taking classes on Thursdays at all costs.
Oh, so you just get to chill. I love
So,
that for you.
I'm not making. I tried making goodies the first 2 weeks that this was a problem, and then said, no, I can't make these goodies. So I'm buying goodies on my way to the club meeting because it's the only...
Okay, yeah.
Part of it is because it's the only way to make peace happen some of the time. Is to bribe people with cookies.
To bribe people with snacks. God, every college kid's weakness is snacks.
So
Oh,
I've
God.
got cookies, I've got chips, and I've got a couple things of soda.
Yeah, I think while you're picking up snacks for club, your friend Farah is actually working the cash register.
Fun.
So, do you want to explain who Farah is for the people at home?
Yeah, Farah is my roommate and also my best friend.
Farah also knows your dirty little secret.
Yes, she knows that I am one of the magical girls, and which group that I'm part of, I don't know if there's more than one group in this universe, but...
Not in this particular region, no.
Okay, then she knows I'm one of the... I don't know what we decided our team name was, but us.
I don't believe you guys had a specific team name. I think you I can't say that word. Commonly are just referred to as the Guardians.
Okay.
And that's just what people call you because you haven't given them a formal name, so they just call you the Guardians.
Great.
Yeah. So, Farah, Farah's looking pretty exhausted today. Club time is probably, let's see, thinking about the average college day for me personally, most of my classes ended by 4 o'clock if I had anything spaced out. So I'm gonna say it's around 4 p.m. when you guys are gonna meet for club. And, you're picking up your snacks and Farah just looks exhausted. There are some obvious bags under her eyes. And when you go to pay, are you a cash or a card girly? Out of curiosity.
Ooh, we're gonna say card just because it's easier.
Yeah, when you give her your card to swipe because they're a little old school at this stop. They have to swipe your card for you. When she swipes it, she drops it and she just goes, "Oh God!" And then she goes to go pick it up and she hits her head on the counter. Ow! Sorry.
Do I need to buy you a coffee? Are you okay?
No, I'll be getting off my shift soon. I was gonna go, hang out in the quad a little bit later, but, it'll be fine. I'm just...
You need a nap.
Yeah. Soon. I'll see you around.
Okay, are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, be safe.
Alright. Bye. She's just rubbing the back of her head as you leave. So, you guys all...
I feel like I pull out a notepad and I'm just like, buy Farah coffee.
Love that. So you guys all make your way into the club room one by one, arriving at various times. I would like each of you to give me a feature of what your club room looks like. What is a feature that is within your club room? Is there, a bunch of posters everywhere? Is there a dartboard? Are there, a lot of writing desks or something? I don't know. Pick something, and that's in the room. It's canon. So let's start with Greta. Or actually, let's start with Kier. And, or, actually, no. What I would like to do is, I'm sorry, I'm being very indecisive, but I want to keep things random. Everybody grab your D6. We'll just have Nixie go last. Roll your D6 and tell me what number you get, and that's how we'll decide. 2 for Kier, 1 for Valley, and what about 4? Okay, Greta, so you do arrive first.
Okay.
And then it'll be Kier and then Valley.
You know what? That's probably good for me. I'm glad that I'm here first.
Yeah, you get to set up your snacks. Do you
Yeah.
have, like, a designated snack table? I feel like you have a designated snack table.
Yeah, we probably do.
Alright, that's cool.
So, I put the stuff on the snack table. I look at the stack of magazines that we've got that's like... They're all... We were like, we need magazines for inspiration, I guess, so people think that we know what we're doing.
Like, layout inspiration is good. Or, like,
Yeah.
are they magazines from, like, other publications on campus? Or are they just, like, just random magazines that you've picked up along the way?
I think some of them are random magazines. I'm positive that there's a magazine about, like, what's new in the journalism and print world.
Okay.
And there's also at least one copy of that. Probably somebody's mom was like, hey, you're in the newspaper club, I'm gonna give you this magazine
Bless. I
about
love that.
exactly what you're doing.
I love that a lot. We love a supportive parent just, like, giving you shit that you honestly don't need, but we appreciate the thoughtful gesture. Alright. Kier, what about you? What is one feature in your newspaper club room?
So I think befitting Kier being Kier,
Mhm.
there would definitely be a little jukebox in the corner, totally not stolen from anywhere at all. Definitely not.
I'm curious to know where one would obtain a jukebox, Kier. I live for the chaos, but where?
Also, how did it get transported there?
Very big wheelbarrow.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of struggling from Kier.
Honestly, if Kier called Greta, she would just be like, yeah, give me 5 minutes.
Bless. I just love the idea of, like, Kier brought the jukebox one day and called up Greta for help. And Greta was like, where did you get this from? And Kier was like, eBay? Alright.
But in all reality, it is taken from one of the locations that Kier had done a show at.
Great. Love that. Okay. I have a question for Valley and Kier. Do you guys just arrive roughly at the same time? Because Kier, you got a 2 and Valley, you got a 1. Did we arrive like within seconds
Valley
of each other?
Avoid Kier if
It's club
I will
day.
say this, because I imagine like Valley spends most of the time like if they happen to cross path and like catch each other's eye, she's gonna she would like just be like, okay, we're gonna roll with this and walk and act like nothing's wrong.
Okay.
But if she didn't catch Kier's eye, she would slow down a little bit. Like she's not gonna act like she's afraid, but
she's a little petty.
she'll slow down a little bit and let Kier take the 4, or she'll take the 4. It doesn't matter, but like she will avoid just a little bit if someone hadn't seen her.
Okay. So
So it all depends on if someone sees her.
Right, okay. So I would imagine Kier got to the door first. Valley, you're probably like just down the hall or just walking up.
Mm-hmm.
One, before we get into this interaction, what's one feature that you think is in the newspaper club room?
Oh, dear God. Valley secretly is like one of those murder mystery books. Like she loves murder
Do you
mystery.
have a conspiracy
So
board?
she would have a conspiracy board with the red string. Because she's like, if being a lawyer doesn't work out, I'm so going to be an investigative reporter.
Oh my
And
God.
that is her thing. That's what she does.
It's just like,
It has
potential
nothing.
leads for stories. Okay,
Yeah.
I support that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
That's her whole thing.
you two get to club at roughly the same time, and you're outside the door. Valley, how do you react to Kier? Kier, how do you react to Valley?
So I think if Kier got to the door first and like Valley's down all the way at the end of the hallway, like Kier would kind of like glance at her and then just do that like really awkward like I'm gonna stand here holding the door open even though you're so far down.
Oh, I love those. I'm guilty of doing that so badly.
Do it all the
Just for
time.
strange people, I'm just like, I feel like an asshole if I go first. Here you go, fam. Here you go.
Oh god, I imagine Valley was like trying to make it look like she's trying to look through her bag. So, but like she notices like Kier's holding the door. She's like, fuck. Alright. And so like she takes out like a random sheet of paper. She doesn't even know what it is out of her bag. Like that's what she was looking for.
Incredible.
And she's gonna walk forward and give Kier like a little nod and just walk through and just be like, everything's normal. Things are fine. Yep. And like she's just staring straight forward a little too intently.
All right. Kier, how does that make you feel?
Just a little.
All right. And running up behind both of them, we've got Nixie. Nixie, you love this club so much, and yet I think you're running late today. Something held you up. I don't know what it was.
Nixie got caught up in doing some photos.
Yeah, Nixie got a little distracted, got a little too into the flow, realized what time it was like, oh shit, I'm late! And then just booked it. You know, anime girl style, toast in the mouth, except there's no toast. It's more like
boba.
It's the camera strap. It's the camera strap in the mouth.
They would never.
That's fair. I'm just being shitty.
PSA, if you ever run with your camera like that, you don't deserve a camera. Oh god.
Yeah, so they're coming in, they're like running up behind these two, and they're just like, really this again, and then just through the door.
Feel like almost like dances past them, like just like on their toes.
I love the implication that this is not the first time these two have done this exact thing.
Yeah, this Saga dance. Nixie, I don't know if you heard this bit.
Yes.
I've been going around asking everybody for one feature in the club room. What's your last, buddy?
So there's a cat crying.
I heard that cat.
Sounded like a baby. I
thought it was a baby.
I was like, what?
So Nixie, like I said, obsessed with the whole photo thing, and she has like papered the walls with photos of us.
Aww.
She's just like, they're so good. They're so great. I love them.
Are they just like candids of everybody, or is there any group photos in there?
It's a mix. There's candids. There's group photos. There's some that are
selfies.
That are like solo images that are not candid. They're just like, hey, I look pretty.
Cute.
Let me take a
Cute,
picture of you.
Well, ironically enough, part of the reason you all have to meet today is you guys have to turn in a new club photo to the school admin today to update the brand new shiny website for excuse me, for the university's webpage. They decided they wanted to feature all of their clubs on the home site to be like, look at how active our students are. Come to our university. It's a weird marketing ploy. You know how universities are. They start being like, this is why you should come to our school. We're going to spend all this money on advertising to make ourselves look cool.
Come to our school for a newspaper that isn't actually a newspaper.
I mean, it's like sort of a functioning newspaper now, thanks to Nixie.
Yeah.
So, you do have to take a team photo today. However, there may be other matters of business to address. But first things first, group photo. Nixie, you know that you have to turn in this this new group photo today to what was her name? Miss Tuttle. She's a very weird woman. You're gonna have to take this photo, physically develop the photo, and then
Oh, Nixie hand develops all of her photos.
oh, okay, yeah. She's
There's a what are they called?
a
hipster?
dark room.
I really wanted to say red room, and I knew that was wrong. Thank you, dark room.
Dark room, yeah. I
There's
think
a
it's called
dark room in. Yeah, I think you're right too. In the place.
Yeah, I had a feeling you guys would have set up a little booth or something like that. Yeah, so Miss Tuttle is very old school and doesn't, like, understand email. So you literally have to bring her a physical copy of the photo by 5 o'clock today. So it's 4:15 p.m. You gotta take
we're
this group-
really pushing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't we do this last week?
Because
With
of
the
college students and
development
you
process?
procrastinate. Listen, we can hand with it. I actually don't know how photography development works, so like I just assume it doesn't take that long, like maybe like 30 minutes. I could be wrong. I'm fully willing to admit that I'm wrong.
Pretty sure we have a
It's
photo
a
guy in
magic
chat.
world
How
with
long does it
magical
take?
Girls. We had a turtle on balloons, and
Yeah.
we're magic girls. I don't think
Yeah,
that the
I'm sure you
photo
can
thing is
figure
the
it
thing
out.
we should.
I'm pretty sure Vinny's making faces at you.
Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
he is. Or I'm sure he's making a comment, making a face at the. We have a
He's
photo
typing
guy
something.
in chat.
The rage.
What's a photo man?
We love
What
you,
is
photo
up,
man.
photo boy?
Photo boy.
Photo boy.
But no, if that timeline isn't correct and maybe it's due tomorrow, then instead, I don't know how well the development process works. Either way, you gotta get it done today. So you're here to do that and also address any other club business. You've got some campus events coming up. It is midway through the fall semester. So, you know, we've got, you know, midterms are coming through. There's, again, a couple of, like, school events happening. Like, someone's doing, like, a culture festival in, we're gonna say, like, October. So, you know, you've got some planning to do in terms of covering school events for the next couple weeks while also having impending midterms. So, out of curiosity, how effective do we think we are at corralling everyone together to get this photo done and then, you know, get other business sorted?
I feel like at this point, because Nixie is the one that come in and was just like, yo, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
And got everyone to finally get on board with being a real club.
Mm-hmm.
She's gotten really good at corralling them into things. It's probably like trying to line them up for a photo.
Just like
And she
posing
very
everyone.
She very specifically puts both herself and Greta in the middle. Sorry, there was an ant on me.
Oh my god.
Very emphasized.
That's, yeah. In the middle.
But yeah, in the middle with Valley and Kira on
Kier.
either end,
Mhm.
because we don't need to deal with that. We're just trying to take a goddamn photo.
Alright.
Uh,
How many, who's guilty of blinking the most when you try to take this photo? Who's like the person that blinks every time the camera flashes? I feel like there's at least one of you.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll take
Alright.
that.
Yeah, Greta has a hard time keeping her eyes open.
It's so different having a light shining directly in your face versus like performance. Like if you're
Oh, for
in
sure.
a competition,
Yeah.
you've got spotlights, but it's not in your face.
Yeah. And if you squint during a competition, it's no big deal because, like,
No one cares.
no one cares. No one's looking at you for your looks during a match. Like, they just want to watch you fight.
They want to watch how you punch a bit.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I'm gonna say it takes a few tries to get this photo. And I think Nixie, you know, as soon as you got that photo, you are like popping out the film, getting ready to go develop this shit. You go to your dark room and you realize you've got some supplies missing. So you're gonna have to go to the supply closet all the way down the hall to go get everything.
the way that she gets angry that supplies are missing. To be fair, she probably used them and then just lost track of how many supplies.
Mm-hmm.
But she's also just like, who took my stuff?
Mm-hmm.
she's very protective of all of her
You're
camera-related things.
You're specifically out of that fluid, that development fluid that you need to like bathe your photo in, and that's like a pretty important step. So,
Yeah.
Again, I am not a photographer, so Vinny, feel free to correct the shit out of me.
Or just be angry at us.
Or
That's
just be
fun
mad
too.
at me.
Is it part 1, part 2, or part 3 solution? Which one?
I don't know. It's probably a 2-part solution.
But yeah, no,
I'm guessing.
she probably used it up herself and just lost track.
Just
but she
forgot
storms
to,
out.
like, yep.
But she like storms out to go down to the supply closet and is like, "Who messed with my stuff?"
So Nixie excuses themselves to go get more of that development fluid. How are the 3 of you behaving right now while they're gone? Is it just awkwardly quiet, or are you guys like laughing it up? Like, did you manage to get some fun out of these like last like 15-20 minutes that you were trying to take this stupid photo and like things just kept getting messed up?
I'll say that Valley had fun while taking the pictures and like seeing like that exasperated, like, oh my gosh, this is so funny kind of thing. And now she's sitting down and she's trying to study and like figure out what her assignments for the newspaper club are gonna be. Oh god, I
just trying to stay organized. Like, I have a feeling Kier wants to start some shit. Kier, what's up?
Yeah.
So I think in seeing that Valley's trying to study, they're gonna just kind of go over to the jukebox and play the loudest thing on there.
Okay. All right. I'm curious to know how Greta feels about that, but I'm also curious to know Valley's response to that, or Valeira's response to that.
Valley kind of just...
Oh, wait, sorry, I have a follow-up question. Is it specifically a song that Valley hates?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
100%.
That's even
like,
worse.
Kier went out of their way to get that song to put it in the jukebox.
Oh my god.
That was the whole point of the jukebox, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To be honest.
Oh my god. Oh,
What
so
a
this
big
is a
move.
recent acquisition. I love this. Okay. Alright, cool. So Valley, how do you respond?
Valley, without looking up, reaches into her bag and puts in earbuds. And she goes back to doing the work that she was doing figuring out her
planning.
newspaper assignments
Mhm.
and her studying.
Mhm.
And she looks at Greta and, like, mimes, "Can you hand me a cup of whatever drink was brought?" And then, if they do, sign, "Thank you," without looking anywhere near Kier's.
Yeah, Greta's gonna hand you a cup of the drink, and then also whatever your favorite snack is, she's gonna hand you a little bag of that, and she's gonna do the same thing to Kier. And I think there's generally an air of just like, I am so done with this, but also I can't yell at them about this right now because Nixie's gonna be back in here at any point. And it's like, gosh, a year ago things were great.
Right, okay.
I think that's all of our thought processes.
Mhm.
A year ago, everything was awesome.
So, in the echoes of this loud music, I feel like everyone's kind of like siloed themselves a little bit. Like, Valley, you're trying to focus on your planning and your studies. Greta, you're just, I don't know, trying to tune it out or just like, just not say shit, just be in control. Yeah. Not lose your temper. And then Kier, I feel like you're just, I don't know, standing triumphantly, like, next to the jukebox, like you know that you're being a little shit. Like, arms crossed, leaning against the jukebox, all cool, like, or whatever, like a little rebel. So in the echoes of this loud music, what genre is this music, Kier?
What would Valley's least favorite be?
Honestly, I think Valley's least favorite is gonna hurt me so much. Her least favorite music is new country. This does hurt me, actually. I'm a little country girl. I'm sorry.
Wait. Is it that? Have you guys heard that parody like country song? And it's like, it's definitely
gay?
not it's very very gay.
Truck.
The one on TikTok.
Yeah, the one on TikTok. That like makes all the straight men really uncomfortable.
It's that.
I know the
like
one.
it's that.
It's that.
Bless. It's just like very sexual, you know, like I think if anyone was blasting that at 11, I too would just be like, why am I here?
Oh god.
Okay, so we're just blasting this very inappropriate country music song. And as you're all just kind of like in your own little personal bubbles right now, some of you trying to tune out this song, others reveling in the chaos of it, it seems to kind of echo and dissipate out, and your vision seems to blur and go dark until it's pitch black. Kier, Valley, and Greta, you each hear the sound of a single drop of water echoing and ringing out. And you blink, and ripples of water fill your vision. You're standing or maybe kneeling alone in a shallow pond. Or at least you're alone until you notice a glow in your peripheral. Your gaze shifts up and you realize the water in the next 5 feet or so in front of you grows more and more shallow. There's a small mound of earth just before you and water floating a few inches above it. As your gaze continues upwards, you realize it's not just water, but a figure in front of you made of water. They seem to be wearing a gown and may have long hair, or perhaps it's a veil. The details are a little difficult to make out as their watery form bubbles and flows. Your gaze continues up to their face, and even though you can't distinguish their features, you can feel their eyes connect with yours as they lift their head to look at you. After a moment, a breath, they slowly lift one hand up, reaching out to you as if calling to you silently. What do you do?
When you say we're alone, is it the 3 of us alone, or is it each of us individually in our own space?
You are each individually in your own space, each having this interaction right now.
I'm gonna touch the figure.
So you're gonna reach out for their hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Kier and Valley, what about you?
I feel like Valley would kind of look around to see if there's anyone else here. If there's no other options, though, she'll probably grab the hand.
Okay. Kier?
After weighing all the options. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Kier would kind of do the same. Hesitate at first, and then kind of like, what the heck?
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, yeah, whatever, take the hand.
Okay.
What's the worst that could happen?
So you go to grab their hand.
Famous last words.
So you go to grab their hand, and just as you're about to touch your hand with theirs, you can't? They're right there in front of you, and yet when you try to touch them, it's like they're miles away. But that can't be right, because they're standing right there in front of you. Do you try anything else? You can say no.
I'm gonna reach up to where my choker is, which is my magical artifact.
Ooh, I like that. Okay.
Am I wearing it in this other world? Because I'm definitely wearing it in real life. I don't ever take it off.
I'm gonna say you're not.
Nuts. Okay. I was gonna try to see if transforming would work, but because magic things.
Mm-hmm.
But that's
Yeah,
concerning. I'm just gonna be like, the two things of sentences, the two things of sign language I know, like, hi, how are you?
Okay, so you try
I like
communicating.
cupcakes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You try communicating. Valley and Kier, what about you guys? Do you try anything else, or are you just confused?
Valley is gonna walk around the figure and try to get a sense of, like, what exactly is happening, like, time-space continuum bullshit. And see, and, like, have a hand out and see if, like, any part of her can grasp any part of this figure.
Okay, alright. Kier, what about you?
Kier, being the idiot that they are, is just gonna, like, splash water, just like,
Okay, alright.
Love that.
can I hit
for
it?
them.
Can I hit it with anything? This is magic.
Yeah.
Hit it.
This is magic!
You each try to do your own ways of reaching out, again, so to speak. Right? Some of you try to communicate, some of you try to find another route, some of you just choose chaos. As you start to engage in this new behavior, the thought, like, crosses your mind to, like, try something new, the watery figure bursts and explode outwards towards you in a mist of silvery bubbles of water, like the sea foam of a wave crashing to shore. And as this water rushes past you, the world now becomes dark once more, and you just hear the slightest whisper saying, "I'll be there soon, I promise." Nixie! While you're in the storeroom looking for your supplies, like the others, your vision seems to blur and fade to black. When you look up, you're standing in the middle of what looks and feels like a giant mirror nestled in the most verdant green field you have ever seen. A buffer of sand lies at the edge between the mirror and the field. The sky is the clearest blue you've ever witnessed in your entire life, and it's reflected perfectly within this mirror. But it's not a mirror. It's water. And you only know this because a parade of purple petals stretches out towards you from the shore, floating on the water. And then you turn to your right and see a similar visage, only the petals are a deep dark red. You turn to your right again, and the petals are now a fiery orange. They all reach towards you, and as the tips of these tendrils of petals draw close, they begin to glow purple, red, and orange. These glowing petals become solid tendrils of light and start to slowly swirl around you, picking up speed faster and faster, now whirling and whipping up the wind, and these colorful lights surround and encircle you. You might feel a little afraid at first, but the light is warm and reassuring, and even though you start to float up off the ground, it's like you're being supported by this tornado of light, cradled. And until, finally, the lights shoot upward, blinding your vision. You blink, and suddenly you find yourself looking up into the fluorescent lights of the supply closet ceiling. You're still in the school. Nixie, how do you feel after seeing that vision?
I think Nixie's first thought is, was I drugged somehow?
Oh god.
Okay, you have this thought that crosses your mind. And as you're thinking this to yourself, like, that was so fucking weird. Like, what did I eat? You know, did someone slip me a brownie? Did Greta buy some weird snacks this time? Like, you know, does Greta have a guy? You hear a voice very close to you because there are stacks of boxes everywhere. And you just hear, what does he say? I think he says, "Time's finally caught up with you, Nixie. Your crew needs you." And you look over to the source of the voice.
She's like whips around.
You've seen this turtle before, standing on a box. He's
No.
got something sitting at like his feet, whatever you decide that mystical object to be.
It's a necklace.
Okay, it's a necklace. I think he's got it around his little turtleneck then, just for some funsies. But he's standing on a box that puts him perfectly at eye level with you. So when you turn to look at him, you're just like face to face with this turtle.
No, I got away from you.
Nixie, we are out of time. They need you, or they're going to get hurt.
I don't want any part of this. I told you before.
Okay.
She's like backing against whatever's behind her, probably starting to knock it over.
And he just says, I'm so sorry, Nixie. I know that it's scary and unusual, but you're the one. And as you're having this conversation, Nixie, do you try to leave the supply room? There is the door. You can exit.
Yeah, but she's doing it like with her back to the stuff behind her.
Right.
She's not taking her eyes off this fucking turtle.
Right, so you're like inching towards the door, like scrambling for the door handle.
Yes.
Okay. So you turn, you eventually get to the door handle, and after a little bit of fumbling, you turn it and you twist and you go to fling the door open and make your escape. You take only a few steps out the door, and you're met with this inky blue blob just outside. And as you come face to face with that, it seems to turn as though it wasn't facing you, and then it lets out this horrifically sad sounding groan / roar right into your face. Back in the newspaper club room. I'm a little evil, I'm sorry, I told you, I'm in my Vincent derogatory era.
We're here for it.
The three of you, your newspaper club room, I feel like has windows to the outside. Yes? Okay. You're all listening to this very loud music, so you can't hear what's happening down the hall.
Sorry.
Good job, Kier.
No, it's perfect. I love it. It's exactly what I needed.
Played right into her hand.
Love it. It was honestly unintentional. Okay, so Valley, you're like very deep in your studies right now. Kier, you're just vibing. Greta, you said you were trying to tune out, but what does like your tuning out look like? Are you just like staring out the window? Are you like doodling in a notebook? Like, what does that look like for you?
I think I do have one of the magazines like just
So
open,
you're just flipping through.
and I'm looking at the pictures. So like, I'm trying. I'm trying not to listen to the music because I'm like, this is just loud.
That's fine.
And we play it every week.
Yes.
Yes.
Is this a weekly occurrence?
It is now.
Oh, I love that. All right. So, Kier, I think you're the only one who's kind of just like, you're
Enjoying themselves?
Yeah, you're just vibing, and I think maybe you glance out the window. It's a gorgeous day outside, and I think you guys have like a nice view into like the quad. You're chilling in front of this jukebox, and you look out the window and you see like a weird flash of something, like a shadow of some sort out the window. And then I think maybe, it piques your curiosity a little bit. I don't know how nosy of a person Kier is, but I think if you see some kind of weird shadow, you want to go check it out. So if you step up to the window, you see it's sort of octopus shaped, but it's definitely not an octopus. It's this big dark, inky blue monstrosity with tendrils and tentacles whipping and lashing out. And as you get closer to the window, you can hear the screaming of students as they run away. Danger is back, baby. What do you do?
I think Kier immediately turns the music off and goes, "Oh shit, we're at it again."
You've been at it all afternoon.
No. Back at it. And they're just gonna pull out the brooch, which is their magical item.
Ooh, I love that. Okay.
Oh! Okay.
By the way, you guys did just wake up from this vision. So you were like, I'm sorry, I forgot about that for a split second.
Oh,
but
yeah.
you were like, when you awake, you are like, Greta, you are flipping through your magazine as if nothing had happened. And same for you, Valley. You were staring at like your piles of papers, organizing your stuff. Kier, I think you just drifted off looking out the window when the vision kicked off. So, yeah. You have that additional context as well.
To write off what I just said, I'm just gonna say that Greta kind of like shook herself and was like, "Okay, I need sleep too. Apparently, Farrah and I are in the same boat."
And then Kier hits you with the, "Hey, it's back on, homie."
Yeah.
And knowing that Valley has headphones in, Kier is just gonna take the brooch that they had fashioned onto a chain and just like from behind Valley dangle it in front of their face.
Valley immediately, her head is like this, sees it, gets startled, goes like this, and I think accidentally headbutt Kier's stomach. Oh shit!
Okay.
She's gonna pull out her headphones, which are just blasting heavy metal right now. And she's gonna turn around and be like, "What is your issue?"
Look out the window, asshole!
I'm the asshole. Oh my god, I don't care what you've got going on right now.
No,
Leave me
actually,
out of
look
it.
out the window. That's smart. Look out the. That's.
Fine. I can't believe you're playing along. And she's gonna look out the window and go, "Oh shit!"
There's just this giant blob monster, and you just instinctively know that this is your problem to deal with.
She runs back to her backpack, reaches in, pulls out a box, and slaps on her magical bracelet.
Ooh, love that. So,
Is it a slap bracelet? Or
No,
is that
but
just
it's
for
no.
fun?
That's just the movement.
it like
she
a
makes. She just
bangle?
slides it on. It's like a little bangle chain thing.
Okay.
So.
For a second, I was like, wait a minute.
Honestly, I support Magical Girl slap bracelet. That's incredible.
If it was any other person, it would work, but it doesn't work for Valley pre-law student.
That's
No,
fair.
I was just like, if we're in that genre, I would have chosen a different thing. I would have been like, silly bands, let's go.
Yes. Okay.
The ones that are shaped like animals, but all of them are shaped like a turtle.
I'm going to add.
Yes, dude. I think we should restart. I think that's so good.
Oh my god. Okay.
That's
Sounds like a
incredible.
perfect retcon.
Too late.
Chokers from the 90s.
I guess the choker that I have still works for
Yeah.
that.
And you said hydrate.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydration.
Okay.
Thank you, Vinny.
So, I'm gonna add this as well. Valley, when you go to look out the window, what you see is that, like, not only is there this big giant inky blue tentacle blob monster, but it's replicating. When it lashes out, it, you hear it do this, like, shriek and, like, whip all of its tentacles around, and little blobs, like, peel off of it, and they turn into smaller versions of that, and, they go and encase students and isolate them into these little blobs. And you can see the figures of the students as they sort of curl up into little balls, as if, like, you ever have like a really bad depression cry and you just curl up on the floor? It's kind of like that. So,
God mood.
yeah. So yeah, you go and you slap on your bracelet. I'm assuming the other two of you transform as well. What do your transformation sequences look like?
Shit, okay, fine. No one else is gonna go. God.
I mean, you can talk about just, like, what your final transformation is, like, all the
Yeah.
components of it, but, like, I don't know. Like, how Sailor Moon do you get with this, you know?
As soon as... So I'm gonna say it's like a little golden bracelet with, like, this little dark circle stone in the middle.
Cool.
The minute she touches it, it's like a flower explodes, and there's just, like, this swirl of, petals erupt from the ground and start like encasing her, and then they all fall down, and she's got on like this deep burnt orange coat that like stops like at the rib cage, little dress, her boots all with golden accents, and like a design of marigolds. Her hair is suddenly much longer. Eyes are yellow, gold makeup mask thing, like just out there.
Cool.
Also, does she have access to her phone at the moment after the transformation?
I'm gonna just say you left your phone on the desk, so yes.
Cool. I'm gonna wait till everyone else is done with their transformation because there is something I want to do.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, so Kier's transformation, they pin the little brooch off to the side, and thorny vines like erupt from it and wrap around their body. Very, very
cool.
just weaving like down their arms and down their body, shifting from this like green to a purple that then becomes like ruffled sleeves that have dangles at the like cuffs, and like this sheer top that then goes into this woven corset and like a billowing skirt from that. Their hair kind of from their very 90s goth spike to locks and waves of purple ombre hair.
Incredible. And Greta.
Yeah, so thank you guys for going first, because it would have been a much less cool transformation if you hadn't. So I think, like, if we're taking this like a Sailor Moon camera, right? What happens is that you see Greta on a white background, and just shadows swirl around her, and you zoom into the shadows, and her eyes open, and they're just white, and you see them fill in with the magenta of her flower color. And you like see the rest of her dress like just flow out as she gets long sleeves with that are red with red tufts of like it's not fur, but it kind of looks like the same vibe at the ends of both her sleeves, and she gets white petal like ruffles over top, and has a kind of Lolita style almost dress and skirt that's all magenta with white accents, and her choker goes from this really cute pink that kind of matches everything to black, and you can see the flower bloom right on the middle of her throat.
Oh, okay. For like the charm of the choker.
For the night phlox, yeah, the
Very cool.
night phlox flower blooms as the choker charm.
Love that. Okay. So you all transform. I'm going to try to use your hero names going forward. Maravilla, you want to reach for your phone.
Yeah,
What's
she
up
wants
with that?
She wants to check the news real quick to see how far these
How
attacks are
expansive
going,
Okay.
and specifically check how close to her sibling's school it is.
Okay. The best you can tell, this is currently isolated just to Hayatella University. It has not expanded into the city yet. You haven't seen any news articles. If there were any news articles, they'd be coming from you guys, because you're the newspaper club.
That's fair.
However, as you pick up your phone, you do have the sudden realization. Nixie hasn't come back to the club room yet. They're out there all by themselves. And that's where we're gonna take our break.
Oh, bitch!
Okay. What? Okay. Fine. Fuck you too then.
I'm sorry, I've been drinking a lot of water. I really need to pee. So folks, we will be right back and we'll get into this combat-y scenario. Go hydrate, go refill what you gotta refill, empty what you gotta empty. We will be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. Alright? everyone. Welcome back, friends. We're about to engage in some good old-fashioned PBTA combat. Before we begin, however, I am going to just plug this one more time. If you are a fan of Powered by the Apocalypse, the Baker family, who specifically the husband and wife duo of the Baker family are the original creators of Apocalypse World, and by extension, all the Powered by the Apocalypse games we know and love today are raising funds in their time of need. McGay Baker has breast cancer, and they are raising funds over on Meal Train to assist their family through this very difficult time. So please consider donating if you have funds to spare, or just help by spreading the word. Anyway, we're gonna get back into this. So last we left off, our retired magical heroes who haven't had to don their disguises in a year for most of them. Cough, cough, Greta, cough, cough. Haven't had to don their secret identities in quite some time. As danger rises again and they transform, they realize their lovely little friend Nixie hasn't returned from the storeroom yet. And that's where we're gonna head right now. Nixie, you're face to face with this big inky blue blob monster. I'm gonna say it's at least 3 feet taller than you. And it just let out this horrible groan / roar in your face, and it lunges towards you. What do you do? Okay. And I told you we're out of time. Yeah, no, that's a completely valid reaction to have as you're bracing yourself against the door and trying to keep it shut, because this door does swing outward. It does not swing inward into the storeroom. You hear more roaring as the blob is like trying to get into the door, and you are just holding it shut for dear life as you're having this argument with Boba. Oh, can't hear player audio. That's good to know. Cool.
Oh no!
Sorry,
Oh,
that's my
no.
bad. I accidentally muted it before.
Good thing we have captions,
Good,
gang.
thank God for captions. Yes. So, Nixie is currently arguing with
the turtle.
Boba, the turtle, in the storeroom, saying, "I never wanted to be a part of this." And Boba said, "We don't have any more time." And Nixie is currently holding the door shut for dear life as the blob monster tries to get to them. Boba looks to the door, looks at you, Nixie, and says, "I can try to buy you some time, but you are going to need this. I know that you didn't choose this, but it chose you, Nixie, and your fellow guardians are going to need you."
I don't even know who my fellow guardians are.
He goes, "You don't? I could have sworn you were all in that club together."
What?
I thought you knew!
No!
Oh, well, this is awkward.
She's holding on to the door while having this weird revelation.
Right. Well, he's gonna little turtle hop down to the floor. The necklace is still around his little turtly neck. He toddles up to your feet.
Toddles.
And kind of bends his head forward to let the necklace fall off from around his head. And he looks back up at you. "If you could just open the door a wee bit, I should be able to create a distraction, but you are going to need that at some point. Like I said, your friends need you, Nixie. And you need them." Do you open the door for him?
she stares at him for like a solid like 5 seconds, just in absolute what the fuck with all this new information. Like,
that's extremely fair.
Fuck. Before just like slightly opening it, like just enough that he can squish through.
Yep, he, scuttles his way out. A tendril does come in trying to get you. It's very, what's that horror movie? Here's Johnny. It's that. The Shining?
As soon as
No,
The Shining?
Yes, The Shining. It's very The Shining.
As soon as he's cleared the door, she pulls it tight again.
Yep, it slices right through that gelatinous, like, tendril, and it just, like, wriggles on the floor.
She's still holding the door, but she's,
Yep.
like, wiggling away from the tendril, like, ah.
Yeah. It's, like, it keeps, like, wiggling towards you, too.
And she will reach down and pick up the necklace and just hold it in her hand.
Yep, okay.
She's got one hand on the door, the necklace in one hand, like, oh, God.
Nixie, when you pick up that necklace, you have the sensation of, like, a warm day on the beach when you're dipping your toes into the surf. Normally, in everyday human life, that water tends to be cold, but it's quite, comforting and warm. As you have that sensation, it's in the palm of your hand, but it is that ebb and flow of water as it raises up on shore and pulls away back into the depths. And you feel for a second that vision. It's like you feel like you're in that vision again, where you were looking at the verdant grass and the mirror-like water beneath you. It feels like that for a moment. It's almost like you catch like a whiff of the air as you hold this necklace.
She will take a moment, hold it, and I'm sure she hears something going on behind that door because
some screaming.
Boba said that he could help.
Yeah, what you hear is you hear like some rumblings, and then you hear like the sprint of footsteps running away, and you think the creature has also receded to chase after those footsteps.
Okay.
There may or may not have been a flash of light that you could see under the crack in the door. No idea what has happened outside.
Whatever she hears, she's gonna, seeming that it sounds like maybe this thing is maybe not there anymore, she's gonna let go of the door, but she's also gonna move like to the back of the closet. Get away from that door, just in case, but like...
There is actually a lock now that you look at it. You haven't been looking at the door handle this whole time, but when you turn, there is a lock. So, yeah. You can lock the door for a little extra security.
She locks the door and then like moves to the back of the closet, and she still has this necklace in her hand. Deep breaths. I guess I have to now, and she will put it over her head.
Okay. Quick question for you. What is this, what does the pendant of this necklace look like? Yeah.
I figured that was gonna be a question.
Yeah.
I already got an answer for you.
Great, let's hear it.
The pendant, looks like a water drop.
I like that. Is it like a bluish color, like a water droplet? Is it silver? Like what color?
It's got a, it's very stained glass in the way, like, it's got the edge is like this, is like the edges between stained glass pieces.
It's got that, what is that called?
Lead.
Soldering.
Yeah, it's got that soldering on the outside. Okay.
And then the middle, which is the stained glass piece itself, it's blue, and it's kind of like your blue image you have in our background here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like it,
Love that. It's
it
like
definitely looks like water.
Love that. Okay. Cool. So you put this necklace on. I'm gonna say nothing happens at first, right? But that sensation of being in that place where you had your vision sort of increases. You can now hear the lapping of waves in your ears. It's almost like a question asking you if you're sure about this. asking you if you're ready, asking you for your permission to transform you.
She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath. I'm ready, but it's very a shaky. I'm ready.
Okay. Let's tag team your transformation a little bit. What do we think happens? Do we think there's like a rush of water that kind of spirals around you? It seems like your compatriots had flurries of petals and vines and the like. So what does your aquatic transformation look like?
So for her, there's like a pool of water at her feet, their feet, and it goes up their body. But like it's solid against their body as he does it. Like you can still see the physical outline of a body. It goes up and then it splashes down around them. And when that splash is when you see the new look.
Love
and
that.
she is in a I know what I look like. It's the word. So the dress is a very silky style dress. It's like a bubble.
Oh yeah, the kind of jellyfish kind of shape.
Yes.
Love that.
With sleeves that also kind of have like a bubble
Puff, yeah.
puff and a flower crown of blue flowers around her hair, and they are all blue instead of pink, which they were 5 seconds ago.
Right, yeah, pink pixie has now gone to like blue, like micro bob, like okay. Nixie, I think you transformed. And, I don't know, do you, like, look at yourself at all? Like, you felt this rush of water kind of encase you, and, like, you feel stronger. But, like, what is your reaction afterwards after you transform? Do you, like, kind of panic, or do you just kind of, like, check this out, and then you're like, alright, let's fucking go?
There is panic, but there's also, they've got these little blue gloves on now. They're like, oh, that's interesting. They're looking at the fact that their dress is probably at like their mid-thigh and it's like this bubble shape. They're like, this doesn't feel super protective, but I guess.
Okay, I love that for them.
Okay. I guess the fucking turtle said that the others were my newest friends, so I guess, okay, well, I'm going there, I guess. They're having this verbal conversation with themselves out loud.
Okay, yeah, alright. So
they're gonna go to the door and hopefully nothing's there anymore.
Yeah, as you talk yourself through this and you decide to go to the door, I think you crack it open and you're able to peek around. There's nothing immediately happening near you. You do hear disturbances down the hall leading outside to the quad, but currently there's nothing there in the hall with you. While that was happening, our trio of friends, I'm gonna say you start making your way out. And as you do so, you catch a flash of a figure dressed in a lot of pink, running down the hallway. So there's the main hall that you're in, and the supply room is like at the very end of the hall. But intersecting, there is another hallway to make sort of a T shape. And when you look out, you see heading down that portion of the hallway, just around the corner, is a flash of pink, and you see an inky blue blob monster chasing after them. It may or may not be Nixie. What do you do?
Okay. Can I do a perfect awareness?
Ooh,
Do
okay.
that
What is
action?
perfect awareness?
You can share your allies' point of views and synthesize them into a plan. Roll plus mental, and then it gives me all the things. I'm wondering if it's able to be used to like pinpoint, was that Nixie? What's her plan? What's happening?
So I'm gonna say, I think you can absolutely use this move to like synchronize your group as it currently is. As to whether or not that's Nixie, the only way you're gonna be able to find out, because Nixie is technically not yet an ally. I think the definition of ally refers to your fellow magical heroes that are a part of your group.
Okay.
So I think, you know, you can synchronize the group to be like, let's follow that. Or you could synchronize the group to be like, jump out the window and go help the kids in the quad or something like that. You can use it in that kind of tactful way. I don't think you can like warg into Nixie's mind and see where they're at.
Yeah, then I'm not gonna use it just yet because I want to find Nixie.
Okay.
Okay, so regardless of whether or not that's Nixie, we do know that these blue blob octopus things are bad.
I hope so.
Yes.
Can I just go punch it in the back of the head?
So you're gonna chase after it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. You go chasing after what you think might be Nixie and this blue blob. Go ahead and, unless you have a different move that dictates otherwise, roll a clash for me.
Yes. So clash is. So
Your
I'm
physical.
rolling 2d6 or just 1?
2d6 plus your physical.
2d6 plus my physical, plus because of Boxer, I get an additional +1 when I'm using Clash specifically.
Okay, love that.
So that's +3 total.
Love that.
That's 10 total.
Ooh, okay, on a 10 plus,
So
you're both gonna do damage to each other, but you get to choose one extra effect. You said it was a 10 total, correct?
yes.
Cool. So your options are take +1 forward, or give +1 forward to one of your fellow heroes, inflict additional harm, suffer less harm, force them where you want them, or force them to drop something they are holding.
So I'm sorry. I damage them.
Yes, you will.
Right?
You will do 1 harm to them unless you have something else on your person that says you do more than 1 harm.
Let me just check and see, because it's your weapon or your physical stat is
Correct.
what you do damage equal to.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a 2 on my physical stat. Does that mean I damage them for 2? Is that how that works?
Give me 1 second.
So I'm so sorry. I'm
No,
just.
you are fine. I just gotta get rid of that. Okay. Ask me that question one more time.
At least on the notion,
Yes.
it says you do damage equal to your weapon or your physical stat.
Correct.
Because my physical stat is 2,
Correct.
I do 2 damage. Cool.
Yes. You do 2.
My extra effect, I'm going to give 1 forward to Kier.
Okay. You're gonna give +1 forward to Kier. So Kier,
Yeah.
+1 forward, for anyone unfamiliar with Powered by the Apocalypse, means that when you make a roll, you now have a +1 that you can add to that roll. You do not have to use it on your next roll. You get to choose when you decide to use it, but it's a one-time use. So once you use it, it's gone. Kind of like, I'll equate it to like Bardic Inspiration in D&D. Night Phlox, I'm gonna say, you go up behind this blob, you punch it as hard as you can, you deal 2 harm, it explodes into an inky, blobby mess of jello-like texture all over the floor.
Okay.
And in front of you appears to be Nixie. They turn to look at you, and you hear Boba's voice call out, "Oh, thank God!" And they drop their disguise. You are, I would say, at this point, having chased after Boba and the blob monster, you are basically at the doors to the quad. So you could
Boba
either
disguised self into Nixie.
he's a shapeshifter, or he has illusionary capabilities. You can either continue outward into the main quad, or you can run back to your friends. Really quick, before I'm just gonna jump up to Kier and Valley really quick. Kier and Valley, you watched Night Phlox, Greta, take off after the blob monster. How do you two respond? Do you follow her, or do you go elsewhere?
I think Kier would have immediately, like, started running as well, and then just seeing the punch and just be like, yeah, she got it.
Right, and then you see Boba standing at the end of the hall, having disguised themselves as Nixie. What about you, Maravilla?
You're muted.
Oh yeah, Poppy, you're muted. What happened, Poppy?
Hi.
There you go.
Hi, I'm Poppy. Thank you, I try. I think that she would have taken a step towards following them.
Mm-hmm. The plus side I'll give you is that if you do kind of follow, you could just, like, again, if the T-shaped intersection is you guys are at one end of the hall, the supply closet's at the opposite end, and that intersection is in the middle, you could stop, like, in the middle and look down the hallway to see what happens.
Yeah, I think that would be what she does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you watch, you see the explosion of gelatinous monstrosity. And you see what looks like Nixie suddenly fizzle and disappear, and it's now Boba. Hello everyone, it's so wonderful to see you again.
Mel, just to clarify a thing. So I got hurt by that monster, right?
You did take one harm. I'm gonna say
Okay.
it was like the impact from the explosion maybe blew you back a little bit.
Okay. Just want to clarify.
Yep.
Boba! You're... Okay.
I know it's been a while. We don't have a lot of time.
No, clearly not!
No, but we should
Where-
catch up.
Where's Nixie?
Nixie's safe.
Where?
The supply closet.
Thank you. Also, lovely to see you again.
Nixie's coming out of the supply closet.
Yeah.
As he says that.
Yeah, I think as this is happening, Nixie, you come out of the supply closet, you hear some exchanging, and you see this, like, reddish-orange, yellow visage of a woman, and, you know, you stare at her for a second, and
Like,
I think you're...
We can tell that it's probably Valley,
Considering
correct?
Boba spilled the beans to you that your clubmates are the other guardians, I think you're able to discern that it's Valley.
She walks up to Valley, and you can see it on her face, this processing.
Mm-hmm. You'd be kind of zombie
Valley?
walking a little. Like real slow
Hi.
walk up. Yeah.
Nixie?
Yeah, Valley,
Yes.
you turn and see Nixie in this glorious, bubbly appearance, standing in front of you, maybe looking a little stiff and awkward and unsure of what to do. Correct me if I'm wrong, Nixie.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah. Looking very confused.
So when were you gonna tell me that the rest of you were this thing that I've been running from for the last,
Okay.
2 years?
Okay, 1, to be fair, we didn't know you were running. 2, we haven't told anyone, not even my siblings know. And 3, are you okay?
I'm blue now!
And as that, we hear another horrible shriek from the quad.
We will
Boba
deal
goes-
with the blue thing later, it'll go away.
Yeah. Boba says, we can talk about this later, we really need to get going.
Go away.
Or rather, you need to get going, I don't have that much power.
Where are your balloons?
I'm just gonna pick Boba up. Just put him on my shoulder.
Brilliant.
Hold on.
We have a helium tank in the newsroom.
Incredible. Cool.
I mean, we had to keep his balloons blown up. Of course we have a helium tank in there.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. I'm sure. I bet you've kept a helium tank in the newspaper club room, and Nixie was like, "What the fuck is this?" And you guys were just like, "We like to be festive sometimes and blow up balloons. Like, just don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it."
And then while he's sleeping, we tie them to his little body.
That's what you used to do, yeah. So you guys run out the door into the quad, yes?
Yes.
All right. Y'all run out the door into the quad. Nixie, are you running with them, or are you kind of like lagging behind like a lot?
Lagging behind.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like if Nixie's lagging behind, they're just like taking the slowest steps. Like they're still, brain is still buffering, trying to understand and accept what's happening here, while the rest of the group runs outside and goes hero mode. You all run outside into the quad, and you see probably around half a dozen students or so encased in these horrific little blobs. And then there's the big mama blob in the middle of the quad. I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised nobody went dabba dee dabba die when Nixie said I'm blue now, but we're just gonna...
It was in my head.
Yeah, it was also in my head. We'll make that.
My
we'll
other
make
thought
that
was
little
Blue Man
TikTok later.
Group.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the "she's blue now" like thing from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh
so...
God, yes. All right. There's a lot of good
Violet's
references here.
turning violet!
Yes, correct. Yeah, so there's this big, giant, inky, black-blue blob with tendrils like an octopus just kind of lashing out as students run and scream. And as you burst through the doors, a couple of students are like, "Oh my God, thank you!" And they run inside. Behind you, Nixie, you recognize a couple of these students from some of your like required classes. Like some of them are in your English class, some of them are in your math class. They are people that you like. You're at least friendly with them, if not friends with them. Yeah, what do you guys do? Do you attack the big creature first? Do you go for some of the smaller ones that are encasing students? What's the plan?
Okay.
What's up,
Now
Maravilla? I asked you what's the plan, Maravilla.
So now that, Nixie, or, what's the...
Glory Mist.
Glory Mist is now our ally, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm gonna do that damn perfect awareness thing.
Okay. All right. So,
All right.
Perfect awareness. Share your ally's point of view and synthesize them into a plan. Roll plus mental.
Yep. Alright, come on. The 2 dice I picked out for this character, please. Please. Alright, well, these are going in the dice jail.
Oh.
How bad was it?
2 into 1, so 3 plus 2 is 5.
Oof. Okay, yeah, so that
Okay.
is on a 6 or less.
Causes chaos. I mean, it makes sense story-wise since we haven't worked in a year.
Yeah, you guys haven't worked together in a very long time. You are out of sync.
And now you have this new person.
Yeah, and now you have a new person on the
who's
team.
freaking out.
Who I think that's a big distraction for your typical mental synchronization. No offense, Nixie, but the panic is getting to you.
None taken.
And I think it causes a little bit of panic within you, Maravilla. You thought this was over. You thought you were done and you were safe and you didn't have to do this anymore. And that panic starts to overwhelm you, I think. This says typically on a 6 or less, the shared experience causes chaos on the team and everyone loses 1 power point from their pool. However, you guys don't have any points in your power pool yet. So I think instead, to supplement that, I'm going to inflict a condition. Let me check the conditions tab really quick. I'm going to give you all the muddled condition. So it's going to make a -1 to your mental stat. Your mind is scattered and you are unable to think clearly. That's what muddled means. So in some way, maybe like in blue, like put like a -1 next to your mental stat or something along those lines. Mark it in some way that you will remember that you have a -1.
Yep.
Okay. And I don't know, I think there's a lot of tension between all of you guys right now. I think maybe, I don't know how much Greta Night Phlox and, I'm blanking on names here. What was Kier's hero name again?
Striga.
Nightflox and Striga, I feel like you guys, you know, in terms of how this normally goes, you're very much used to Valley being the woman with the plan, and Valley's not giving you a plan, and I think that's maybe causing a little bit of panic for you guys as well. This feels unnatural for the first, well, it feels unnatural to you, Kier. To Greta, it feels stressful to try to manage a group again, I feel like, and that's where those conditions are coming from. Also, Corinne, you are muted. So we tried that. Kier and, I'm sorry, Striga and Nightflox. What do you guys do?
So I think Kier is going to kind of immediately run to the nearest student blob and kind of try to pull them out of it.
Okay. Are you using any of your specialty moves for that, or are you using one of the basic moves for that?
Let's see, what do I do have? I think I'm gonna use my Hex.
Ooh, okay. Remind me again how your Hex move works.
Okay, so I gotta roll Mystical on a 12 plus, hold 3, 10 plus, hold 2, on an 7-9, hold 1, or a 6 lower backfires.
Got it. Okay, yeah, so there's probably, that list below that tells you your potential options. Okay, perfect. Go ahead and roll.
Alright. Alright, so that is 12.
Okay, and a 12 plus, I believe, is hold 1?
Hold 12 plus is hold 3.
Ooh, hold 3. Fancy. Okay. Cool. So let me just see if I can find it really quick. There it is. All right. So what are the 3 options that you choose?
Okay.
I would imagine maybe target is forced to drop an item that it's holding.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
That's definitely one.
I was gonna ask, is it just to the one target, or can you target multiple if you have a hold multiple? If there's other blobs, I'd want to make all 3 of the nearest ones drop.
So you did use this against one particular blob. You were trying to rescue one student, so I'm going to say it's the one.
Okay.
So there's about a half a dozen students. You could try it again.
Okay.
Is what I'm going to say.
So, I'll do the forced to drop an item.
Okay.
That item hopefully being the person.
Yeah, it will be the person.
And then I'll do causes 1 damage to the target.
Okay.
And that it's slowed.
Okay, so then that would give +1 against the target. Cool. You're able to pull the student free. They seem a little delirious and tired, but you're able to get them up and get them away from the scene. They kind of stumble. The blob seems to reach after them, but can't quite keep up because of that slowed condition. So good job. Nightflox. You're up.
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna... Okay, so here's the thing. Is that big blob trying to hit anybody else? Because I know it's been hitting students.
It seems to be periodically lashing out and creating more of these mini blob minions.
Okay.
So technically, yes. Although it's kind of, it's sort of settled for a little bit.
I'm trying to work out if I can take the protect someone action on anybody nearby. Or if I can run to do that. If I can't, that's fine. It's just when I'm most in my element.
Right.
So...
stand in defense of a person, item, or location. I think So, I'll give you this. I will say that the monster is getting ready to lash out again. Like, you kind of caught a glimpse of its movement before when it did this, and it kind of does this, like, warm-up almost type movement. Like, it's getting ready to do this, like, chaotic spin and wail. And you can tell it's going to do that, and there are still some students in the vicinity, and there's one a couple yards away from you. So yeah, you can run up to that student and roll to protect someone.
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay.
Also, I just want to throw out that this boss monster, whatever this is, feels like Super Mario Galaxy enemy.
I actually don't know anything about Super Mario Galaxy, but sure.
I will,
know
like,
nothing.
Send you stuff later. Like, just pictures.
Okay, cool.
Okay, hold on. So, Persona? Oh, I can roll with my physical instead because of a thing I have.
Okay.
So, 7, and then I get to do another thing also. Hold on. Okay. I rolled a 7. I always get a +1 hold, though, because of Otherworldly Defender.
Mm-hmm.
And then with that Endure, I get a physical. So, I get to roll with physical. Sorry. I'm navigating a new character sheet.
You're okay.
What am I doing? Protecting someone? That's what I'm doing?
Mm-hmm.
So, on a 7 to 9, I hold 1, which I think means I technically hold 2. Or, I'm not sure quite how that
On a
works.
7 to 9, so what was your total roll?
I rolled a 7
Okay.
total.
Okay.
With Otherworldly Defender, I always get a +1 hold, even on a 6 or less.
Oh. Okay,
So
yeah, so then you have +2.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. In that case, with the holding 2, I'm going to redirect the attack to myself,
Okay.
and I'm also going to deal damage back to the attacker equal to my physical rating, which is 2.
Okay, cool. So you do 2 damage, 2 harm to this monstrosity. I'm gonna go ahead and mark that really quick. I am going to have it because it has +1 armor.
That's fine.
You redirect the attack to yourself, so you will take 1 harm
Okay.
from the tendrils as it lashes out.
That's fine.
It doesn't let out the wail as it did before, it just does the chaotic spin, so it is moving to do harm, and it's not moving to do its weird blob spreading bizarreness.
Good.
I do think, however, you get caught up in, because you redirected the attack to yourself.
Yeah.
One of the tendrils scoops you up and restrains you.
Okay.
And you can see 2 other students have been grabbed by these tendrils as well, and you're just being waved through the air, very violently. You're kind of, it's been a while since you've had to deal with something like this, but this sensation isn't completely unfamiliar to you. But for the poor students, they're screaming their heads off. They're terrified.
Yeah.
Nixie, you've been taking a nice long trek down the hallway as chaos and screaming takes place outside. I feel like we have almost this movie moment from your POV where the whole world is just very slow as you step forward to follow your friends. When you reach the door, what is going through your head?
A lot of this can't be real. This is definitely a dream. Cause like right before all this happened, there was the whole water thing with the petals. So they're just like, this is definitely still that. I'm not awake right now. No. Absolutely. Once again, they're having this conversation out loud with themselves.
Right.
So anyone walking by thinks they're fucking crazy. It's great.
You're just mumbling under your breath like, this isn't real. There's no way. This can't be happening. Meanwhile,
definitely
panicked
got
students are
drugged.
running past you trying to get shelter, like...
Yeah,
Like-
honestly, anyone running by who's paying enough attention to what you're saying is probably agreeing with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're probably also, like, there's no way this is real. They're freaking out. They're trying to find classrooms to hide in.
Definitely got drugged. Hopefully I wake up soon.
Yeah. So Kier...
This is great. And they break through and now they're out in the quad with everyone else.
I think Maravilla, being the tactician that she is probably still pretty close to the door. Meanwhile, Striga and Phlox have taken to jumping into action. So Maravilla, I think you hear Nixie stepping out into the quad, mumbling, "There's no way this is real," and just having like a mini freak out to themselves and still clearly not understanding what's going on.
Cool. Can I grab them by the shoulders real quick? I'm gonna grab them by the shoulders real quick, and I'm gonna say, I know it's terrifying. I was about to do Amanita's voice. I know it's terrifying, and you don't want it to be real. Trust me when I say none of us chose this, but it's the hand that we've been dealt. And if we're going to protect the people we care about, we have to play. Because they didn't ask to get put in this game. Okay? So we can't let them get taken out before they've had the chance to play. So we need to work together to do this. Can you do that?
I don't even know what to do. I say this because I'm currently having a realization that Nixie would have no idea what
Right.
their moves
No.
are like everyone else does.
That's extremely fair.
I was sitting here planning a move and then I went, wait, this bitch don't know shit.
Well, tell me what move you were thinking of, Nixie, out of curiosity.
Let me open it back up. It is one of their water moves, flow.
Okay.
Easy to get along with, come across as agreeable. You get a +1 when trying to convince someone, but your gentle nature also tends to make you a target.
Ah, interesting. Okay, interesting. Okay, so I'm going to focus on that little bit of tends to make you a target, because I'm going to play off of that muddled condition y'all have right now. I think as you say this, Nixie, a tendril whips out and, collides into the wall of the doorway above your head.
You're okay. Can I use I have a special ability. Hold on, let me pull it up. God, that's not the right page. I have Rock Maul, where I can call up a maul of rock. I guess encase my hands or something, and it does sharp damage. Can I just cut it off? Cut off whatever flew at us?
I think what you can
I gotta
do...
see the thing.
I love how you're having to fight this monster, but also help Nixie figure her shit out at the same time, and it makes it so much more interesting.
Yeah, it does +1 damage. Physical melee. Tell me what you were gonna say first before I go looking.
Yeah, I think you kind of come to Nixie's aid by just punching the tendril and dissolving it with the one harm. I'm not even gonna make you roll for that. I think that's a fun little narrative moment between the two of y'all. You tell Nixie that it's okay. They're okay. Do you follow up with anything to that, or Nixie continue?
I look at her and I say, none of us know what we're doing. We spend every single day of our lives never knowing what's going to happen. But we live anyways. We have to give others the chance to live too. Okay? I'm telling you this because I don't know what I'm doing. But I still fight. You have been given a chance to fight too. Use it.
Nixie, if memory serves right, you have a bit of a crush on Valley.
Very opposite. She's afraid of Valley.
I'm sorry, yes, you were very intimidated by
everyone-
Valley.
Everyone's competitive with
Correction.
Valley on the relationship
My
thing.
mistake. I thought you were intimidated in the I find you so hot it's intimidating way with Valley.
It might have been that.
It might have been
I
that.
definitely know there's intimidation, but it might have been that.
I think it was that.
I think it was that because Professor Bilson like just scares you, just outright terrifies you.
He does, in fact.
I can check the session 0 notes really quick. Let me see.
I just want to throw out there that Poppy said, I want to have an older sister-ish relationship with some of these people, and so I said, we're going to be competitive then. That was the reasoning.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I do have under, does your character have a crush on anyone? Nixie is intimidated by Valley, but also highly attracted to her. In parentheses, scary girl, hot, spelled Hawt.
That
That's
sounds
the note that
exactly
I have.
like something that I would say.
Exactly. So,
not only is she scared by the situation, now she's got hot girl in her face.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
yeah.
She's got hot girl holding her shoulders against a wall. Like,
not the time you want that to be happening.
She is full on hyperventilating at this point.
okay. I'm gonna give you a job. Okay? I'm gonna give you a job. You are going to hold on, I gotta check this. Yeah. You need to get people into buildings and get them into safety. Okay? That's your job. Can you do that?
I can try.
It'll keep you safe.
Maravilla, do you want to attempt your perfect awareness again and try to synthesize the group? Because y'all are scattered as fuck right now.
Yeah, sure, why not? Let's fucking do it. It's gonna be with a +1 instead, but God, please. 5. Oh, okay, that's better. That's an 8 in total.
Okay, that's a mixed success. So,
Still better.
let's see. On a 7 to 9,
I can move a PowerPoint from a hero and give it to another hero or yourself.
that's so interesting. This one always operates under the assumption that, you
With
you
PowerPoint.
already have PowerPoints. So I'm going to say instead that you can give someone a PowerPoint. We're going to edit that a little bit because it's not conducive to what's happening right now. So who would you like to grant a PowerPoint to?
What exactly do PowerPoints do?
So PowerPoints can be used in a variety of ways. Actually, this is a great little thing to touch on for everybody. PowerPoints, let's see, I have it on a sheet right here.
It's on the bottom of the basic move sheet.
Yes, it is.
The power pool section talks about them.
Yes. So every magical hero has a power pool. At the start of each session, this resets to 0. As you play, you will gain power points in your power pool. Whenever you get below half health, you gain 1 power point in your power pool. Points can be spent in the following ways. You can spend 1 point to gain +1 on a roll. You can spend 2 to gain advantage on your next roll. You can also combine your power points to do a team attack. Collectively, you would have to spend points equal to the amount of heroes in your party +1. So in your case, you would need 5 power pool points. If you want to give advantage, you have to do +2. You roll plus emotional, and then you get to choose from one of the, or based on the die result, we get the following results. You either defeat the villain completely, or only the villain is defeated, or you bring the villain to half health. It's a really great little come together type of situation. So Nixie currently has 1 PowerPoint, and could, or if you give it to Nixie, they would have 1, and they could either use it on themselves. Yeah, actually, they could use it on themselves or save it for a team attack later on.
Okay. I'm going to give it to Nixie.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to give them confidence anyways, and I'm
All right.
real trying here.
Okay. Nixie, you make sure you mark +1 to your
Yes.
PowerPoint pool. Are you still giving them that instruction to, like, herd the students into the school, get them to safety?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
After you give that instruction, and it seemed like Nixie accepted before, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Echo. Okay. After you give that instruction, what do you do?
I am going to, with my rock maul still in hand, or it on my hand,
Mhm.
I'm going to.
Is it like a gauntlet type situation? Because I kind of love that.
I imagine it like a gauntlet situation, but it comes out to the point of a blade, so it like
Ooh,
replaces
for that
her
sharp.
hand.
Love that. Okay,
You know,
cool.
so you can just go wait,
Mhm. Mhm.
you know, like Big
Yeah.
Hero 6 kind
Yes.
of energy.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what she's gonna do, and she's going to race out towards where the others are,
Mhm.
but she's going for the big mother.
Okay, yeah. So you're going for the big boy.
She's going for big boy, and she's gonna make sure the others see her too, because she. Actually, can I do a glimpse of the truth thing?
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. Let me pull that up.
Open up, glimpse the truth, and how that works again.
Yeah. Because I wanna check something real quick.
Yeah, glimpse the truth. When attempting to investigate a situation or place, roll plus mental.
Plus mental. And we're still muddled.
You are still muddled. You have not resolved that condition yet.
All right. Cool. Oh, 7 plus 1. That's another 8.
It's an 8 total?
That's an 8 total. Yep.
Okay. So hold 1, as in you can choose from one of the questions below.
Okay. What is... What's the most dangerous thing here? I'll ask that one.
It's definitely the mother monster in the middle.
Cool, then I'm going for that, yeah.
Okay.
I'm pointing, I'm like, to the others, like, I'm making it clear I'm going for it.
Yeah, well, you see, Night Phlox being swung around in a tendril in the air.
Okay, can I cut them down first?
You can absolutely go ahead and roll Clash for me. While you do that, Striga, what are you up to? You see, Maravilla take off towards the big bad. Or do you follow? Or do you stick to the smaller boys?
I think for now, Striga's gonna still try to kind of more focus on getting people
Because we got those,
to safe.
Yeah, we got like those half dozen-ish students still. You got 1 out, you got like 5 more to go. Okay. There's another one nearby, kind of a little off to the side from where Night Phlox is swinging around. So you can run over to that one and try to get that student out. And you can, if you would like, you can roll another hex move.
Okay. Now the one that I already freed, that blob is still...
You did 1 harm to that blob. They're very weak. They dissipate pretty easily. I'm gonna say it like the minute you pulled the student out, I think it did another harm to it and it just melted away.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Alright. Then I will do another hex. Okay, that's a 7. So, get 1 hold.
Okay.
Which, it's gonna be the drop.
Okay, you force them to drop an item that the target is holding. So you pull another student free, you manage to help them get away. I think what's going to happen is the blob monster does attempt to go after the student and hits you instead, so you are going to take 1 harm. Maravilla, you go running at the big tentacle holding your ally. You're rolling a clash?
Yes.
Alright, what'd you get?
So I got a 6, and my physical is -1, so that's a 5.
Oh, sweetie.
These dice don't like me.
Oh, honey.
Maybe I just made a really bad character for fighting.
No, you did not. You made a tactician.
I made a tactician.
Then you're doing a physical roll. Do you have anything out of curiosity? I'm just, let's see.
The only thing that happens is since I've got the rock maul, it would be a +1 damage to physical melee flash moves.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What I will say, the only thing I will say what you have going for you is because you also have solid, right? Your affinity to earth or rock makes you tougher, and you take -1 damage, as in like you don't. It negates any damage that you do take. So I think you run and you try to swing at this tentacle, and instead it swings back at you, and swipes you, and it knocks you back and you hit the wall, but you're solid. So instead of taking 1 harm, you take no harm. But the fight is still on. Greta, Night Phlox, how we doing, boo? What's the plan?
I'm trying to decide if I should try to use the fact that I'm currently captured as an advantage or not, and I'm trying to figure out how I can do that. Because theoretically, the more people it's got in its tentacles, the less people can just pick up.
Mm-hmm.
But also, really hard to attack a thing that you're being swung around in the tentacle of.
Right. I mean, you could probably, like, it's a tentacle. You are wrapped up in it. You could, like, try stabbing at it. You could try to wiggle your way out. If you were going to try to escape from that, I would imagine that'd probably be a thwart peril roll.
Okay.
Potentially.
Yeah, I might try to do the thing where you just, like, raise your arms up, like you're diving into a swimming
you're trying
pool
to, like,
almost,
slip out.
where I'm, like, trying to make my body as narrow as possible.
Okay, yeah, roll to thwart peril then. I think that very
Yeah.
much fits within that sphere.
Okay. Ooh, 9?
Okay, on a 7 to 9, GM gets to offer you a worse outcome, a hard choice, or an extra price to pay.
Okay.
Your Vincent derogatory is showing.
No, the gears are turning in my brain right now.
Yeah, go for it.
This is what, like, I'm just gonna say, this is, like, something I love about Powered by the Apocalypse, is, like, the prompts that it gives you, like, for both keepers and players. It's, like, especially on these mixed success rolls. You do what you set out to do. You do manage to break free. I think the worst outcome is that the tentacle then slams down on top of you. It doesn't capture you again, but does slam down on top of you and you take 2 harm.
Okay.
It hurts.
Yeah.
So that is your worst outcome. Okay. I'm gonna open the floor out now to you all. Kier, you are trying to get students free. Maravilla, you tried to do an attack and it didn't go so great for you. Similarly, Greta, you managed to escape with a little bit of bruising to accompany that. And Nixie, you're still trying to get your shit together. You're, like, starting to get into the rhythm of, like, helping students inside.
Yeah, I would like to use the keep your wits about you.
Ooh, yes, go ahead.
Because they are in this stressful situation.
Yeah, roll
as
plus
they're trying to,
persona
like,
for me.
As they're trying to, like, grab people, like, pull them through the door. Let's see. My persona is... Ooh, I have a +1. Yay.
Nice.
7.
7 total. I want to see something really quick.
It's got the same thing the thwart peril did.
Okay. Alright. I'm just double checking if there was, like, anything else in your sheet that might give you any bonuses. You said it was, I'm sorry, you said it was a 7 total, correct?
Yes, I don't think I have anything in my sheet.
Yeah, I just wanted to check what Better Together was, because I don't know if that does anything for you.
I don't have Better Together.
Oh, do I have a different sheet from you then? I see under
Probably
Everyday Identity Better Together.
Probably because you messaged me and were like, "Hey, this won't really work for you because you have a competitive relationship with someone."
That's
so I changed it.
Right. What did you change it to out of curiosity?
Take one for the team.
Take one for the team. Ah, I see. Perfect. Okay, cool. Alright. So, with a 7 on it, keep your wits about you. That's another worst outcome, hard choice, or price to pay. Nixie, you're ferrying students inside. However, one of them is absolutely about to be snatched up by a tendril if you don't do anything about it. You can either stay where you are, or you can try to protect them.
Nixie will... Oh god, she's gonna hate this so fucking much, but she's gonna do it because clearly it's what they have to do. Shove the student out of the way and let themselves get snatched.
Ooh, okay, yeah, so that's playing into, what is it, your flow, your gentle nature, tends to also make you a target. You get snapped up by one of these tendrils, by the big monster, as it, roars and cries out again, and lets out this horrible, painful shriek. And more...
Like, as she does this, she's like yelling, I hate this so much!
Yeah, that's fair. That's incredibly fair. More of these little blob minions start to go out and are trying to snatch up students. Majority of the students that are in the quad have been, have managed to get inside, but now the doors have shut. They're starting, the little blobs are starting to pile at the door and try to break through. Because thankfully, those doors do open out. They're not smart enough to try to open the door. They haven't found a host yet. So, the rest of you, Maravilla, you got your back into a brick wall. Greta, you are in the ground. Kier, you're trying to pull remaining students out. You see Nixie being swung around up in the air by one of these tendrils. What do you do?
I think Kier's gonna take, like, a moment and just ask what's really going on here. I'm gonna glimpse the truth.
Okay, alright.
Alright. So with my what's really going on, I can use mystical instead.
Okay.
Oh! So I rolled two ones.
I do think you have a +1 forward from something someone did for you before, if memory serves right.
So that would still only be a 5.
Ooh.
Because I rolled 2 ones.
Okay. So on a 6 or lower, you uncover a dark truth about yourself, the situation, or another character.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna use that +1 because it wouldn't have done anything. So I'm still saving that.
I think the truth that you uncover is Greta seems almost too ready to spring into action.
Oh no.
Almost as if, despite you guys deciding to retire, Greta hasn't fully given up her powers. Hasn't fully given up this duo life. I think you pick up on that, watching how Greta fights. And
Direct eye contact, clock it for later.
yeah, like Greta's like sitting up in the dirt and you guys just lock eyes. And
yeah, it's just like, and you like eye contact is like, oh crap, okay.
Alright, what else you guys got? I'm gonna leave it a little more open now, because we are into the thick of it.
Mel?
What's up? Oh, I know.
I
I know what I said.
Anyway, so I'm looking at the things that we can do, and the way we get power points
Correct. Yep.
is by we can do this together, and I think that's like one of the only ways we can really get them.
There's a couple way to get power points.
Okay.
Power pool points. There is, when you get below half health, you gain 1 power point.
Right.
I believe there's also, power pool. Let me go to that section really quick. Power pool. At the start of each session, whenever you get below half health, you gain 1. There are also certain moves, I think, that also grant power pool points. Basic moves specifically, and sometimes specialty moves also grant those. Let's see. That's touch their heart. That's more for the villain. I'm trying to remember. Standard defense. That gives them +1 forward. It might be just we can do this together as well.
Okay.
Yes, we can do this together also grants power points, aside from getting to have health. Which actually, how are you doing, by the way, Greta?
I'm at 8 out of 12.
Okay.
So I'm close, but not there.
You're hanging in there. All right.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and stand up, and I think I'm going to. I think I am gonna do. We can do this together, but
Okay.
I'm going to go over. I'm just gonna say that I got slammed into the ground pretty close to where Maravilla was.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think that's completely fair.
I'm gonna stand up and just kind of tap you on the shoulder and just be like, "I've got your back."
Okay, so you're gonna do I got your back. That's a plus physical.
Mm-hmm. Which means it's basically giving you help at whatever you do next.
Mm-hmm.
That's 7 on the die, 8, 9 for physical.
9 total for physical? Or...
Yes,
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, because it's my plus my 2, and I don't have anything else to add to it. So yes,
Yeah.
Which means you get a +1 to your next roll, whatever it is. I get a -1 to my persona roll, next persona roll, and you get a PowerPoint
Yes.
because
Cool.
I'm helping you out.
Yes.
Thank you. Let me
Yes. So
mark that down.
Maravilla, you get 1 PowerPoint, and you get a +1 to your next roll. Yeah, sorry, I looked under the cooperative section, but I realized the cooperative relationship's the opposite way. Cool. So I think, what is it? You see Maravilla kind of getting a little tossed around, and like it's you know that both of your allies have not been so-called in the game for a while, and you were the only one keeping your senses sharp, so I would say feel a sense of responsibility to uplift them and kind of encourage them back into this. So Maravilla, Phlox comes up to you and gives you this little bout of encouragement. As she does so, what do you do next?
I want to try and glimpse the truth again.
All right, go for it. You can use that +1 if you'd like.
I probably will.
Okay.
Nine plus 1, that's 10.
Yes.
Thank God.
That's hold 3.
That means I get 3 questions.
Correct.
Okay. But I have to ask one of the ones that are on this.
Yes, one of the ones on the list. You already did what is the most dangerous thing here.
Right. What sort of creature is it?
Okay.
Or the mother?
Yeah. Okay. What sort of creature is it? Do you have what other 2 questions you want to ask, or do you want me to answer and then you'll choose your questions?
Yeah,
following up?
answer that one first, because
Okay.
I'm looking for a very specific piece of detail.
Sort of creature that it is, the way I'm going to answer this for you is that in the past, when you have faced enemies, these like minions seem to have been tied to a certain emotion. I believe one of the ones that you previously faced, let me check group knowledge really quick.
Wasn't it discussed?
I believe it was disgust, yeah. So this is not that disgusting, acidic energy. It's different. It is depressive. It is isolating. It is sad. So you can tell that the root energy of this monster, because this is not the first time that you've seen a monster with tendrils and being blob-like like this, but it is based in sadness rather than disgust.
Okay.
So that's for your first question.
All right. Who's in control here?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I think to answer that question, so you know before that creatures based in disgust were controlled, and this is some lore for the folks at home. Our heroes have been facing off against a group of individuals that call themselves the Knights of Calamity. serving an unnamed prince who seeks your magical artifacts. And you've already encountered and defeated one knight, the Knight of Disgust, also known as Kashan. Shout out also, by the way, to two of my friends in a Discord server who helped me come up with names for each of these knights because I was struggling, and they were super helpful. Shout out to Justin and why am I blanking on names right now? I shouldn't be blanking on names. I literally talk to these people every other day.
What's their names, Mel?
I know. I don't know why I'm blanking right now. It's really embarrassing for me, fam. To Justin and Ryan for helping me come up with these names. You wonderful, wonderful people. Koshana specifically was from Justin. So you kind of look around because this feels familiar, and you can see a shadow of a figure kind of like hovering in the air, watching. And you know that they are likely the source.
Okay. Last question, oh god. Okay. What new and useful information can I gather?
Ooh, what new and useful information can you gather? You look back to the creature and you can see that there is somebody drifting in the middle of that. The creature seems to feed off of the sadness of others, and so it takes humans into itself to power itself. So there is a human individual in the midst of that big mother.
One human is powering this entire thing?
One singular human, yep.
That sounds like depression.
Mm-hmm.
That does. I hope it's not Miss Tuttle.
She's depressed that we didn't get the photo to her on time.
Smash cut to Miss Tuttle with her little headphones on, just vibing in the office as she's getting her work done, completely blissfully unaware to the chaos outside.
Oh god, I love
Miss
her.
Tuttle's not in the...
Not Miss Tuttle. No.
I love Miss Tuttle. Okay, cool. I'm gonna relay all of that information to Phlox. No, yeah, Phlox. Because you're right there with me. So I'm gonna be like,
right,
night, depression. We need to get that person out and then see if we can tag him.
Cool.
Awesome.
Great. Excellent. I'm sorry. Let me clarify. Is the person floating in the middle of this giant mother thing?
Yes. There is a figure in there.
Oh no, is it?
I'm about to be real stupid.
Do explain.
I love it when you do that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this tentacle monster like made out of water almost?
It's
like
gelatinous.
Yeah, so there's nothing saying I couldn't just like run into it.
Like dive through
No.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly try.
Please
Yeah, no, I'm
don't pull honor among thieves.
I'm saying do it.
Yellow cube.
I'm saying fucking go for it.
Do it.
Greta's whole thing is putting herself in danger to protect other people.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just diving in.
We love a self-sacrificing bitch. Go on. Let's.
You can swim in Jello. This is the same concept.
Yeah, I mean, honor among thieves proved that. No problem.
She turned into a worm.
That is fair. However, we're magical girls. It's fine.
Well, also, you can swim in, like, people have done the science
Yes.
experiment.
Yes.
You can swim
You
in
can, in
Jello,
fact,
and you
swim in
can
Jello.
float, too.
What episode of Mythbusters was that?
I
We'll
don't
get
even
into
know.
that later. So, Phlox, I feel like I can't. I'm having trouble deciding if this is a clash roll or a protect someone roll, unless you've got something fancy in your sheet for something else.
I would prefer it to be a protect someone roll, but that's only because it gives me advantages.
I will totally allow that. I think it works. Like your form of protection is trying to. I'm assuming you're trying to get the person out, right? Or,
yeah. The goal.
So I think
the
that
goal
works.
would be to like I don't know how big this thing is, but either like swim my way to them and pull them and like pull them out, or to like jump through it in such a way that it shoves them out.
Yeah, okay.
Like you shove someone out of the way of a moving car almost, but...
So I'm gonna offer this, because I feel like you do this, like, she's a runner, she's a track star sprint at the big tentacle monster to try to get to that single figure encased in it. My question to the rest of the group is, you all would be able to see this. Would anybody like to do a we can do this together roll and offer some kind of aid to Night Phlox? And if so, what does that aid look like?
Yes. Here's, do you want in on that? Okay.
Oh yeah.
So we're all just like, yeah, okay.
Okay. I'm gonna say y'all can fucking stack it. If you each have an idea, I'm so down for that. It's not quite a group power pool move, so you definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the villain in one go, or have the opportunity to do so, but I think you guys could all lend aid to Greta if you want to, because it looks like each of you had a little spark of something, so I'm curious to hear what each of you would do. Or at least two of you did, so...
Yeah.
Nixie's
busy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna help!
Oh yeah, Nixie's doing
great fun.
Oh, poor Nixie.
I can still help.
You can absolutely still help. You still have, you have a lot of, like, emotional based stuff and pulling focus, so, you know.
I mean, I did say that she's basically a bard when I made her.
Yes, you did. You did in fact say that.
Jello dissolves in water. So. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. That's why I made that face, because you're not wrong.
There we go. Water's scary. I've said it before and I'll say it again.
Alright.
The cat agrees.
Cat's like, I want to help too.
Yeah, Cat also is trying to give you words of affirmation and encouragement.
I think Nixie is gonna use the you can do this.
Okay, yeah.
We can
so
do
plus
this together?
emotional. Yeah.
And she's literally just yelling like, come on, come on! Because she's scared, she wants to get down, and whatever the hell that she's doing,
Nope, that's fair.
that Greta's doing, hopefully will help her, so it's a little bit
It's a little self-serving, but it's also like, you know Greta, and you know Greta is a strong badass. I believe do you guys have a cooperative relationship, if memory serves? Okay.
Okay, let me get two little dicey boys. I get to add +2 to this. 8, 9.
9 total. Okay. You give your target +1 to their next roll, but you put yourself in danger.
I'm already in danger!
Yeah, I think that danger constitutes you getting slammed to the ground and taking 1 harm. But you're still within the tendrils' grasp. I think maybe you did a little kicking and screaming to be like, come on, get him! And it pissed the creature off. So,
Probably.
like a very angry college student slamming their alarm clock, you got slammed into the ground, but it didn't let
That
you
tracks.
go. Yeah.
The harm is on the OG sheet, the little heart health thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
I did my part. You have a power pool thingy.
Yeah, so Greta, you now have 1 power point, plus a +1 to your next roll. Anybody else?
I think I want to do a supernatural intervention.
Ooh, okay, so you're gonna roll plus mystical. How what does your mystical intervention look like? Are you trying to like magically buff her, or like start like an entry point for her? Like
Entry point is what I was thinking.
Cool.
Trying to make like a gap further in so she
so she
can kind
can
of get
have
like
a little more momentum.
a little more. Yeah.
Love that.
All right.
And do you guys have a cooperative or competitive, or do you have a cooperative and competitive relationship with
Cool.
them?
Cooperative.
Okay.
I like to think that all of Nixie's moves is her just
So that's
doing something because she doesn't know what to do, and it just works out that it's something that's helpful.
Yeah.
so using that +1 from earlier, I got a 10.
Nice. Your target gains +1 to their next roll, and you gain +1 to your power pool, as well as them gaining +1 to their power pool. So, Greta, you currently have +2 to this roll that you're going to do. I'm curious to see if Maravilla is also offering aid in some way.
She is. I'm going to offer the, it's all I've got. Okay. 2 heads are better than 1. To notice things, put puzzles together, I gotta roll mental. But I'm muddled, so it's only a +1.
Although
Please
I
be
believe you
kind.
do have a +1 earlier from something Greta did for you.
I think I did. I already used it. I
Oh, did
think
you already
the
use
+1
it?
to the next
Oh,
roll.
you used it for your, when you were figuring things out. You had
Yep.
like 3 hold. Okay.
Okay, that's 8 in total.
8 total. You give +1 to their next roll, but you put yourself in danger, and Greta, once again, you have another, what is that, 3 power pool
3.
points in your pool? Nice. Okay. And also +3 to your next roll as you go to do this protect someone roll, so you're getting a mega buff.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Maravilla, I think, in terms of putting yourself in danger, I think you try to move to a more tactical advantage point, and you also get snatched up by Tendril, so now you're just up there with Nixie, just vibing.
Yep, sure.
Nixie is absolutely not vibing. I want that to be clear. She is
Maravilla,
scared shitless.
Maravilla's gonna look over at Nixie and be like, "You're doing great. You're doing good.
So encouraging.
It's fine.
So encouraging.
You're doing good." Meanwhile, she's still got the rock maul, and she's just like swinging it wildly.
Yeah. All right, Greta, go ahead and make that protect someone roll if you haven't already. And you have +3 on top of any other bonuses you've got.
I haven't done it, but I have +3 for that, +2 to for my physical, which is 5.
Oh my god.
And
so at least you can't fail.
Yeah, and +1 hold, even on a 6 or less.
Oh.
So yeah.
That cat really believes in you.
Maybe
That's
we should have made the cat our magical.
It's
creature.
Boba can change forms. It's fine.
Boba
that's
be a cat
right
15
now.
total.
15 total?
Because I rolled 2 5s.
Holy shit.
And I had the +5.
Bless.
Which means I hold 3.
Incredible. You got a cheerleader.
He's so vocal.
I love it. I love it.
So, I don't know how the protect someone quite works in this sense.
Yeah, okay.
So
you can hold. So you have the 3 options below, which is redirect the attack to yourself, have the damage of the attack, put the attacker in a bad position, giving an ally +1 forward, deal damage back to the attacker equal to your physical rating.
yeah.
So in terms of redirect the attack back to yourself, what that would probably look like is
It would be shoving them out and me staying in.
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
Having the damage of the attack would be because you will probably take harm from this. It would just be having that harm.
Okay. I actually
yeah.
also have the option to reduce the harm to 1
Ooh,
because of my other
very good.
protect
Love
someone thing.
Love that for you. Okay. And then put the attacker in a bad position or deal damage back to the attacker. Those are pretty self-explanatory.
I'm gonna put the attacker in a bad position.
Okay.
I'm gonna redirect the attack to myself and hopefully shove this person out of here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna deal damage back to the attacker also.
Okay. And that's gonna be
total 2.
Total of 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Who are you gonna give +1 forward to? You can choose one ally.
I think because Maravilla and I just did the exchange.
Mm-hmm. Oh
No, are you saying don't do
Well,
that?
no, because I'm up in the air. Give it to Kier, who's still free.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, right. Yeah, we're gonna give it to Kier then.
Okay. So you're gonna give +1 forward to Kier.
Yeah.
I like to think Maravilla actually shook her head. No!
Oh, don't do it.
I know what you're thinking.
We're finally back on the track of like, hey, Maravilla has a plan now, or at least has enough information to start scraping together a plan. So she's like,
Yeah.
do not do that.
Yeah. Okay. So, Night Phlox, you dive into this gelatinous monster to push the figure out, and you are able to see in this bleak, inky, semi-opaque darkness as you reach the center. The figure in the middle is your friend Farah.
No.
You push her out. She looks unwell. The bags under her eyes are even greater than before. She is exhausted. You manage to push her out of this monster. You are going to gain the isolated condition, which will affect your emotional stat. You take a -1 to that.
Okay. Good. Okay. Cool.
And as you are in the depths, in the belly of the beast, so to speak, thoughts of self-doubt and self-loathing fill your mind. You hear echoes of Farah's thoughts, and realize that lately she's been feeling like a failure. She's been struggling in her classes. She's been very anxious about the midterms coming up, and you did know that she was anxious about them, but you didn't know to what extent. Because you guys have, despite being roommates and very good friends, you have very different schedules, so you haven't been able to keep up. Those thoughts then start to replace with your own. What would be some of Greta's self-doubts eating at the back of her brain that would be amplified to an 11 right now in this moment?
I think there's some echoes of I just wanted this to be over, like I was still doing the vigilante stuff, but this part, the magic part, I thought was done. I also think there's some echoes of sorry in advance, why can't we all still just be normal friends?
Ooh, that hurts. Okay.
And maybe also a little bit of like, what the heck am I doing with my life? Because you don't get paid as a vigilante.
Right. Yeah, there's no money in this.
And she's going to college on an athletic scholarship. So what the heck are we doing here?
Right. Okay. I think on that note, we're gonna take one more break because this has gone on a little bit longer than I thought it was going to. So we're gonna have one more quick little break, empty what we gotta empty, refill what we gotta refill, and come back and hopefully finish this fight. Stick around. We will be right back, friends. one. Happy licks to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. Anyway, sorry, I did the countdown and it reminded me of the owl, and I had to talk about it.
I love that owl.
3, 2, 1.
One.
All right, friends, welcome back. We are in the home stretch of this one shot. So where we last left off, Greta, aided by your allies through several "we can do this together" moves, you dove into this gelatinous sadness tentacle monster, and you pushed the figure we now know to be your friend Farah outside of its core, leaving yourself stranded inside with the isolated condition and leaving you swimming with depressing thoughts. The rest of you outside of this, you see Greta get caught up in this, and you see Farah pushed outside. Farah, Kier, I'm sorry, Striga, you specifically clock this first because you've been the one pulling students out of the mini blobs. They may have like some residue of the monsters left on them, but when Farah is out, she's still coated in goo. And she's kind of like on the floor, not moving, and then she slowly starts sitting up and slowly, very sloth-like, turns her attention back towards the gelatinous monster, almost as if she's being called back to join it. Quick point of order. How many PowerPoints do each of you have? I believe Greta has 3. Nixie has 1. Okay, so all of you have at least 1. And Greta has 3. I will throw this out there. You guys do have enough to do a group power move. And if you use all of them, you could actually do it with advantage. One of you has to call for the power pool roll as a group. And then that's the person. One of you has to call for the team attack, and then that person is the one who's going to roll. But you do have that opportunity available to you, or you can also keep fighting the creature. I believe 2 of you are swinging up in the tendrils right now, doing your best.
Swinging and has no idea what's happening, so isn't gonna suggest anything.
Yeah, so there's also, you may want to get out of that first and then attempt your group attack, but I think what you did see, at least in your peripheral, Nixie, you saw Greta dive in, and Greta hasn't come out. Same for you, Maravilla. That's what you've seen so far. So...
Can I thwart peril?
Absolutely.
To try and push my way out of this?
Yep, absolutely. You can try to do something similar to what I believe it was Greta who before, just tried to, suck it in and just, slip out. You could try something like that, or however your, thwart peril, works for you.
So, I want to say for flavor and possibly just her learning how her magic works.
I'm here for it.
She has water, start to go over her body, in case her body kind of when she transforms. Mm-hmm. And that helps her, slip out of this gel tendril.
Okay, yeah. So roll a thwart peril for me, add your physical, and we'll see what you get.
Oof. This is gonna be so much fun because my physical is 0.
I want to check flow again really quick, for you, because that is, there's potentially something there. Is that 37?
It's just to convince someone.
That's convince someone or makes yourself a target, and then there's, okay, so you have a lot of, draw attention type of stuff. Okay.
Yeah, you told me specifically that I had to have those kind of stuff when I made this character.
I suggested buff type things.
Yeah. So I don't think that a thing that I have is really gonna help.
Okay, nope, that's fine. Go ahead and try rolling your plus physical.
I have to roll 2 5s because I have a 0 on physical.
Crossing my fingers for you.
That's a 7.
7 total. I'm gonna give you an extra price to pay. You get a little, like, squeezed and constricted, and you take 1 harm, but you do manage to slip out of its grasp.
Excellent.
So, good job. Maravilla, I want to give you a similar opportunity to escape if that's something you want to do before.
I hit the ground and the dress like poofs up.
Love that. Very Ghibli.
I want to stab whatever's holding me in the head.
Okay, so you're gonna
And
clash.
fall out of it. Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and roll plus physical for me, unless you have something else that allows you to roll with a different stat for clash.
Nope. I just tested you 3 times, and you rolled so much higher. Okay, so that's a 1 because I have a -1 to my physical.
And you rolled 2?
I rolled 2.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I can't. I need to stop trying to be physical. I didn't build her to be physical. I need to stop. Need to stop. This is my wake-up call. Actually think about things. Don't just do things because it's what you want to do.
It doesn't even give me options for if you fail a physical or fail a clash.
Because no one's this stupid.
Or,
It doesn't give you options if you feel a clash at all?
yeah, there's not even like on a 6 or less.
Give me a damage. Give me a damage.
Yeah, I think so normally what it would be is that if you hit and connected with them, they would deal damage back to you. They would do 1 damage back. I think in this case they're gonna take 2 harm.
Okay.
I think we're
I
gonna
will do
double
that.
it.
I haven't taken any, so
Okay.
that's okay.
Okay.
So that's okay. Can I try again?
Yeah, you're welcome to try again if you want to do clash or if you want to do something else to get out of it. By all means, go ahead.
Well, let me take a look. Let me roll real quick. Can I roll real quick and then check it?
Hold that thought really quick. Kier, Striga and Glory Mist, you both see Maravilla trying to get out of the tendril's grasp. If either of you want to offer a, what's the move again? We can do this together roll to try to, give her some help.
For the drama, I would love to.
I support this wholeheartedly. Kier, what do? What is your we can do this together roll to try to help the struggling Maravilla?
Help your ex. Help your ex.
Yeah, help your ex. So I'm gonna do the I've got your back. So Kier is gonna just kind of see the struggle to the struggle of getting out, and is just kind of summon vines and tendrils of plant to come and aid. Get a little bit more force on that weapon coming down.
Okay. And I believe you guys have a competitive relationship with Maravilla, or is it cooperative when you're making this roll? Just so that I know.
Competitive.
Okay, it is competitive. All right. So roll plus physical, and I believe, yeah, you're doing. I've got your back. So
Yep.
okay.
So that was an 11, but I got that +1 forward.
You do. So we can make it a
So
12.
I'm gonna make it a 12.
Okay. You and your target each get +1 to your next roll. And you add 1 to your power pool, and Maravilla, you add 1 to your power pool.
The best ex I've ever had.
Sometimes X's aren't all bad, y'all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Maravilla, you go to strike down at the tendril, and Kier, Striga's able to see what you're doing, and they send this series of vines and tendrils up to aid you, and it's kind of like you're slicing it from 2 sides, and your attacks sort of collide and slice the tendril, and you fall, but you land gracefully. You've done this before. You've had to drop from varieties of heights before, and you land side by side with your ex.
Cool. She was gonna be nice when she
smug
that
face.
smug face. She, in an instant, like, without thinking, looks up and smiles at Kier, like, and then sees the smug face and it just goes,
I think there's like a split second where this feels like how things used to be between you two, and that's why you're smiling. And there's just like, there's sort of like this, like that pink, rosy, like shoujo manga glow for a split second, and then you see Kier's expression, and then it's just gone.
it's just gone. And she just very quietly says, thank you.
We can't do it without you.
Well.
And I turn around and walk away.
Are you charging for the creature? Like, what's happening?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
She looks at her and just whispers under her breath, that motherfucker, and then races after them.
Incredible. All right. You guys are all on the ground. Greta is submerged, immersed in this creature. Farah seems to be zombie. Faxel, dang.
Can I add some flavor?
I'll go for it.
And
Please
just
do.
say that it's contained to the creature, but the longer Greta's inside this thing, the more shadows are creeping out from her into all of the tentacles and all of the parts of it.
Ooh, I love this. Okay, yes.
So it's just filled. It's still gelatinous, but it's filled with like dark, smoky shadows.
Yeah. It's going from like a semi-translucent dark blue to now just like smoky blackness. And you guys can see this. So, Glory Mist, Striga, and Maravilla, what do you guys do?
Group power? Cool.
You can certainly do that.
Yes. What sheet is that?
So that's under Power Pool. It's called a group attack. So you could call out to Greta or some way and flavor this however you want to get Greta's points as well. You have to spend collectively the number of power pool points equal to your group plus 1 at a minimum. If you want to have advantage, you need to have that total plus 2. So
6 for us.
You want 6 if you want advantage, 5 if you want to do a regular roll. And I believe Maravilla's calling for this group attack, by what it sounds like.
What does it have to roll? Does it have to roll with emotional?
You do have to roll with emotional. Unless we want Nixie to...
She's going to look at Nixie and say, call for group attack.
Okay.
And she's going to look at her and put her hand on her shoulder again and be like, you got this. You need to do this. I believe in you.
Can you stack a we can do this together with a...
You know what? I think you're giving this emotional encouragement, and I'm not even going to make a roll for it. I'm going to let you give Nixie a +1 to calling this group attack. Because I think Maravilla, being the tactician that you are, you have been able to clock most of what Nixie has been doing has been taking care of other people, has been not jumping into the fray, but kind of like Kier has been like taking care of the peripheral and has done a pretty good job at it, despite the stumbles and the panic. And I think you see that emotional leadership potential in Nixie. And so you offer that encouragement and I think give them a +1 forward. So Nixie, if you want to roll plus emotional for a group attack, you absolutely can.
So exciting. And are we doing it with advantage, gang? Are we spending 6 points?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
How many points is each person
Yeah.
contributing? Because I believe Maravilla has 2.
I have
Kier
2.
has
I
2.
can give.
I have 2 now.
You have 2. And
Oh,
Greta has 3.
We don't need you.
I wouldn't say that. I think you need
How
Greta.
dare you?
I think you
You're
need
trapped in
Greta.
Smack upside the head.
Blob. You're
I
in
am
a
trapped inside the
blob.
blob. This is true.
I will say this. I'll say we'll take 1 from Greta and then split it up amongst the rest of you. So, you know, Actually, I'm gonna take +1 extra because Greta is inside. So we're gonna make it a 7 total. So each of you can throw out 2, and Greta's throwing out 1. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this a little more dramatic. Yes, drama.
How much fun? Okay.
So, Nixie, you did have a decent amount of success of using water against this gelatinous,
Thing.
creature. So, keep that in mind as you decide what this team attack looks like. And I think
Okay.
I'll also say when you call for team attack, we're gonna be very anime about this. Your 2 other teammates are squared up behind you, ready to go.
Okay. When Nixie calls this team attack, you see the water pool under their feet again, and it spreads to the other 2 behind them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because water helps plants grow.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all standing in this huge pool of water.
Mhm.
Not that it impedes them or anything.
Right.
Okay, so. Okay, so I get a +3
Mm-hmm.
to this roll.
Mm-hmm.
This is so exciting.
Remember, if you're rolling advantage, take the 2 higher of the die.
Right. $14.
Okay.
I rolled a 5 and a 6.
Okay. All right. Nixie, describe to me what it looks like. This, and each of you can add a little bit of flavor to this too, but I do want Nixie to lead this since they're the one calling for the group attack. You have this pool of water appear and start shimmering beneath you two, and you feel this power well up inside of you. And I think being such an emotionally influenced hero, I think there's sort of like an invisible reaching out of sorts for emotional connection between you and Greta. Like, you have this desire to save her. And save everyone around you. And I think maybe, just maybe, after all this fighting and all this fear, you're a little done being afraid. Correct me if I'm wrong.
She's still scared shitless.
Okay.
She is doing this because, Valley said to do it.
Okay. Yeah, so...
And as much as they're also a little scared of Valley, they're like, okay, they haven't done me wrong yet, I guess I'll do it.
Okay, so you're putting your trust in Valley, you're putting your trust in your friends, despite the fear that you're experiencing, and
Yes.
you reach out with this magic. As this pool of water starts to shimmer and light up beneath you, does anything else happen? Do you physically reach out and throw out some kind of attack, or what happens? And then we'll get to how the others add to it as well, since it is a team effort.
So like I said, the pool expands underneath them, and it's now aiding Valley and Kira as well. Or Kier.
Yes.
This Nixie doesn't know their special names yet. They're
Right.
still
Nope.
just Valley and Kier to them.
Nope, that is 100% okay.
And then they're also, their hands, they kind of raise the water around them as well, and it's like water at the thing.
At the gelatinous monster.
So it's kind of a physical attack with the water,
Mm-hmm.
in addition to how it's assisting the other two.
Okay. Let's start with Kier and Valley and how they contribute to this team attack, and then we'll end with Greta, because Greta is in the midst of it. So, Kier and Valley, or I'm sorry, Striga and Maravilla, how do you add to this team attack? You see Nixie raise their arms up as water starts to bubble and swirl around you, and they go to throw their arms forward to send this almost cleansing wave or burst of water towards the creature. What do you add to that?
No, go.
Okay.
I've
But here
spoken
we
for
go.
so many times. Please, someone else.
It's like they're dating in real life too. Or exes, I should say. Yeah.
Harlington, go.
So I think Kier kind of sends out a their magic beam, that looking like the vines and sprouting roots of the witchweed plant.
Okay.
That mixes into the water, and on impact, the roots just embed itself all over the body of this thing.
Ooh, okay. Love that. Maravilla?
Maravilla is going to step forward and do a little stomp, and with it, the ground underneath this creature, the brick or whatever flooring the quad has, breaks open, and there is fresh soil, and the soil reaches up and grabs hold of the thorns to give them a place to root down and to further cement their hold, as well as creating this muddy area with the water so that it's even harder for it to escape, almost like a quicksand moment.
Okay.
That it can't move out of.
So as this happens, Greta, I'll get to you in a second. Night Phlox, you are suspended in darkness, being surrounded by thoughts of self-doubt and self-isolation, and, you know, something... There's like a light in your mind's eye, and for a brief second, you see that vision again of that watery figure holding a hand out to you before they explode into droplets and mist of water rushing towards you, saying, "I'll be there soon, I promise." And it's like that promise lights a fire in you. So how do you contribute to this group attack and fight your way out of this?
Yeah. I think the water in my mind saying, "I'll be there soon, I promise." And then there's the thoughts continue even a little bit further to there being a monster, and then figuring out that it was Farah in the middle of it. And I think literally just in her mind's eye, it's just, this is why we have therapy. And she literally just punches upwards above her head.
I love that. So, with your powers combined, this rush of water and vines and this disruptance of earth, and this like Superman punch upwards, all combined, you hurl your attacks at this creature and it roars in agony, defeat. It sounds different from the others before. And like its miniature versions, it sort of explodes into small gelatinous goops that fly everywhere, and explode out everywhere. And you all watch as Greta like shoots up Superman style and sort of arcs over a little bit and manages to like 3-point touch land down on the ground. But you've defeated this monster, and I think also some of the water like sprayed off and you know, kind of washed down Farah a little bit. She wasn't that far away. I'll say, Greta, you landed maybe a couple yards away from her, like you were in the same line of action. The word that is coming to mind is
Line of sight.
Line of sight, yeah. Same line of sight as Farah.
Yeah, I'm going and hugging her immediately as soon as I have enough bearing to like not follow her.
Yeah. The creature explodes and disappears. into little piles of goop. Some of it just dissipates, some of it lingers, unfortunately. Because those of us with depression knows it never fully goes away.
I love that you made it into a song.
The theme song of my fucking life. Thank you.
I have to have humor about it. Anyway. So, this creature has now dissipated, and, things come to a calm. Greta, you're able to kind of right yourself up to your feet. You turn. You see Farah is now, like, fully back on the ground again. Like, I think the blast maybe knocked her back a little, and she's a little dazed, but she is on the ground. She's fine, but she's just flat on the ground, like, kind of on her side a little bit. You do hear, you do hear mumblings of a voice. There was that figure who was watching you the entire time. And you just hear a sigh and say, "What a disappointment, Despaircito. Until next time." And they disappear.
Despaircito?
Yep. Sorry, I had to do it.
It could have been Desperado or anything else.
Well, no, because
Despaircito.
Well, so
Mel, I say this with all affection. I hate you.
I know.
I don't say it with affection.
So listen.
You could have done better.
No. So here's the thing. Despacito means slowly, right? So if you're gonna be sluggish and depresso, Despaircito.
I've also done Desperado, as in desperate.
Yeah, because that's a different feeling. That's not
Despair.
depression.
Despair.
Whatever. Anyway, we're not getting into that right now. You guys can roast me for that one later.
Yeah.
We absolutely will.
Yeah, I
We
know.
100% will. Don't
I
worry.
understand. Don't worry. That's okay. You all,
Nixie collapses to the ground,
yeah.
just overwhelmed and exhausted.
Nixie just drops to their knees. The danger is gone. Boba is, like, standing in the middle of the field, having watched this whole thing. Greta, you said you were running over to Farah, Kier, and Valley. What are you guys doing?
Fine.
What does that fine mean?
I'm gonna have to be okay. She's gonna look over at Kier and just be like, "You did well." And then immediately go over to Nixie and put a hand on their shoulder and crouch down next to them and be like, "You did exceptionally well.
I like
Good
that.
job."
Okay, that's very cute. I also just like that you basically, like Shang from Mulan went, "You fight good" at Kier, and then proceeded to walk away.
Yeah, that's 100% who she is.
Yeah.
So she's gonna check in on Nixie and she's gonna clock Greta.
Yep.
Still has Night Phlox hugging Farah.
Yep.
She's gonna clock that. She's gonna be like,
Night Phlox, you run over to Farah, kind of like half scoop her up in your arms. Do you say anything to her, or are you just holding her?
I'm sorry. Will you say that again? I did not understand half of those words.
That's okay. You ran over to Farah, scooped her up in your arms. You're kind of like, when someone's like unconscious and you're kind of like half holding them up, but they're still on the ground. Are you just holding her, or are you saying anything to her?
Yeah, I'm gonna pick her up as best I can if she's not. I know I initially said I was going to hug her, and I still want to do that, but I also understand that giving away our cover is probably a bad idea. And also giving away that this person specifically is important to me might be a bad idea. So I am gonna pick her up, and I am gonna just very quietly just be like, "Are you okay?
she's a little dazed and a little tired, and she just kind of like, her head kind of rolls a little bit, and she looks up at you, and, what does she say? I think she just says, like, wow, I didn't think I'd ever get to see you in action up this close. Are you okay?
Oh. Okay. Yes. But also, I'm recommending you a therapist. After I take you to a hospital.
Yeah, I'm really sore. We could talk about
Freaking-
therapy later. I don't know how I'm gonna pay for that, but sure.
I will pay for it. Jeez.
Oh man. What's up,
We
Poppy?
all need a Greta in our life.
Most universities have free counseling for students.
They
Would that be
do.
something this university has?
It's definitely something this university has. However, personal experience-wise, they're not always super effective.
They're not.
So.
But if they have a good counseling program, then they have a different clinic that works for that as well, and they only take a little bit of money.
We
just
can
saying.
discuss those details later.
I'm trying to go full in, like,
Yeah.
get her counseling!
Yeah. All right. So, Greta, you, I'm guessing, help Farah up, and you're gonna try to get her to, like, the nearest clinic or something? Do you say anything to your companions, or?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna look. Maravilla's our tactician. I think she's used to looking at Maravilla as, like, kind of the leader, even though she does have sort of a competitive edge with her sometimes.
Yeah.
And she's gonna say, if other people need medical attention, we should probably do that next. Your house? Later?
Yeah, I have, food.
Okay.
Meet at my house. Everyone, get people to a hospital. I'll call the ambulances, local hospitals, all that jazz. I'll also call whoever else we need to. We'll get that sorted. And
As
then
you say that, there is the sound of sirens in the distance approaching the school, so medical help is not far behind.
Thank goodness.
I'm gonna go talk to the medical personnel and law enforcement. Meet at my house, rendezvous. I don't care, just make sure you are cleaned up, and by God, bring your slippers, because you are not tracking mud in the house.
Okay, we're gonna flash forward a little bit to Maravilla's house, and we're gonna say anybody who was hurt has been taken care of, has been taken to the appropriate facilities. Farah, out of everybody, was probably in the worst shape. Everybody else, mostly bumps and scrapes and bruises. Other than that, fine. You all meet later on at Valley's house. Nixie, have you been to Valley's house before?
Probably not.
Okay. I'm assuming Nixie doesn't even know the way to Valley's house. So, Valley, do you give her an address, or do you just hope one of the others will help him figure it out?
Valley's gonna meet up with Nixie. Before actually talking to the law enforcement, she's gonna go to Nixie and say, "Wait here, I'll give you a ride to my house."
Okay.
So she would actually escort her to her house.
Okay.
They'd probably be the first ones there.
Okay. All right. Do you serve like any like tea or cocoa at your house, or like?
She does. She has a lot of things in the works. She has a crock pot full of mole chicken.
Okay.
Just ready to go because her younger siblings get home before her. Just dinner on the table.
Yep.
She's got tea. She's got chai. She's got coffee. She's got horchata. Like, she's got everything. So she just opens the fridge and is like, "What do you want?"
Yeah, I'm gonna say, for the sake of letting you have some privacy for a little bit, your siblings have like after school practices of whatever activity they enjoy, whether that's like a sport or like theater club or something. and may have even sent a text asking to go hang out at such and such friend's house for an hour after practice, and you were like, yes, please, like, go.
Yeah.
So you guys get the house to yourselves for a little bit so that it's just the four of you. When you were all together...
Have we de-transformed yet?
Oh, I would have
Yes.
assumed after you dealt with, like, law enforcement, you all would have taken a second to, like, probably go back to hide in your club room and de-transform, and then, like, gather up your things and get ready to meet at Valley's. Or de-transform wherever, like, is, like, easiest for you. But I'm assuming Nixie is with Valley, and then the other two of you, you're wherever the hell you want to be. So, yeah.
I want to add this little tidbit. Valley has a shack in in her backyard where she would sneak in, and that's where she would de-transform when they were in high school.
Oh my god, I love that. Okay, Greta, I saw a hand up for you, so what's up with that?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go
Do we
ahead.
just have like a standing, don't go to each other's houses, in our magical girl outfits?
I think that's definitely a standing
Yeah.
rule you guys have. It's don't go to your own homes and don't go to each other's homes in uniform. Only go home as yourselves, because...
Right. Like, the shack was the useful exception because it was, like, not technically your but, like...
Yeah.
If needs be, she had the shack.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
would say, specifically for Valley's instance, I think maybe, like, Valley's home is, like, on sort of, like, an old historic road, and so the shack kind of lines, like, an alleyway between the houses where there's not a lot of windows, so that's why she would feel comfortable doing that.
And it's easy because you can just go into the alleyway and then nobody
Exactly.
sees anything.
So, you all gather up at Valley's house, and this will probably be the last scene before we close out. I feel like there's a bit of an air of awkwardness as you all sit at the table together. Some of you may have some resentments about being dragged back into this. Some of you may be excited about this. Some of you might be really freaked the fuck out because this is your first time ever.
They are deep in their cup of cocoa.
So who wants to start this conversation first?
So I think upon entering, I think Kier immediately just is like knows exactly where to go for all the plates, cups, all of that. Just starts setting out, knows Valley's favorite one, sets that one out for her. Like all of that, going through the motions because this is the first time back since everything happened.
Instinct just kicking in. Got it.
And just kind of settles down at the table, turns to Greta, and just is like, "So you have something to tell us."
Boba's also there, by the way, and that gurgling you just heard was Boba sipping a soda straw.
He just sits in the center of the table.
Exactly.
He's the little centerpiece.
He's on a lazy Susan.
Makes it easier for him to turn around and look at all of you.
I will say, because this is how I have it in my mind, Kier sits here, Valley sits here, and then you've got Nixie and Greta.
On the opposite
and
side.
Yeah, and Kier looks at Greta and is like, "You have something to say," and Valley just goes, because she knows something, but it's not the same thing.
Oh,
Or she has an idea, but it's not the same thing.
Got it.
Remember when she clocked the hug?
Yes.
That's it.
Clocked the scoop, yes. Alright, Greta, you're unfortunately in the hot seat. You're muted.
You're muted.
Sorry.
It's all
I'm
good.
trying to decide if I discerned enough from the meaningful glance earlier in the middle of battle, then she was immediately, ran into a gelatinous monster afterwards. I'm trying to decide how much she really...
I think Kier clocked more than you clocked. I think you locked eyes with Kier, and you saw this look of recognition in their face, but you don't know exactly about what.
Right. So both of you were looking at me being like, yeah, you have something to tell us. And I'm just like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I know that doesn't sound like the most honest words that could come out of my mouth in this situation, but you're gonna need to give me a hint.
Valley leans over and takes the plate from Greta.
That's fine. I still need a hint.
Oh my god, you actually don't know.
I like that there's two different trains of thought happening here. Who wants to be confrontational first? Or who wants to be more obviously confrontational first,
Yeah.
I should say. Who wants to be a little more specific?
I want to be real clear real quick. You guys already would know this. My emotional stat is -1, and my mental stat is 0. So, like, my clocking exactly what you guys are getting at, she's the person who has to have hints for charades. Like, come on.
Yeah. Like big hints for charades, for sure.
She's straight up like, I am on athletic scholarship for a reason. Please
Right.
give me more information.
Right.
So, we all took a break, right?
What are you talking
That makes the color drain from her face just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
No.
Magical break, yes. We took a break from doing magical things. That is true.
And what have you been doing?
Not magical things.
Greta?
Not...
Details. Please.
I've been punching people? I don't know what you want me to tell you. That's like my day job?
When? These specific people.
Anytime someone's in trouble.
And have you been Greta, or have you been...
Well, I mean, I've been Greta, but no one's been able to see me, because shadows. Actually, I don't know if I'm allowed to use those if I'm not in my magical girl form.
You do.
Nope.
You can only use them in your magical girl form. Anything
Just
that's related
kidding.
to your magical identity, you have to be transformed to use.
Just kidding, I guess I'm Night Phlox.
So you didn't take a break from the magic.
No one saw me?
After we all agreed that it was a good idea to wait for Boba to come back, and it was too dangerous for us to work without his guidance, you... Oh my god.
I saw... Okay, I...
Boba's
saw...
gonna interject here really quick. Just really quick. He goes, to be fair, when I left, the expectation was not that you stopped using your magic, so don't put this one on me. I said I had to go do some research, not that you should stop,
I wasn't putting this on you, but also since you weren't there, you have no say. Thank you.
That's fair.
Greta?
I do have answers for that, by the way,
sass.
but, you know, sort this out first.
I'm spinning him so he's facing away from us.
Just slowly turns him away.
I saw somebody getting mugged, and I didn't want them to, like, lose all their stuff just because I was standing there and couldn't punch the... Like, it's... Our job is to protect people.
Yes, and when were you gonna tell us you were doing this?
You were on a break.
So,
You were you.
also, I would like to know, how's Farah?
She's at the hospital.
Right, yeah. She seemed really concerned about you at the fight back there. Does she know?
Oh, I guess I didn't tell anybody
You didn't
about
tell
that, did I?
anybody. You told
Oh.
no one.
Oh.
And you specifically told no one because you wanted Farah to keep your secret and keep your friends' identities hidden. So...
That one's harder to explain, because that's not only my secret.
Okay.
So how much have you been lying to us at this point?
I think everyone's relationship with Greta just turned to competitive.
Or broken.
Poor broken, oh god.
Yeah, depending on how
Uh-oh.
this goes. Depending on how this goes.
Okay. Just... pretty much just those two things?
Great.
Pretty big things. I'm happy you kept it to 2.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Ow, first of all.
Ow!
Yes!
Ow!
I think Corinne's the one saying ow, not Greta. I think that was an out of character ow.
I don't know if it's in character or out of character at this point, honestly.
That's fair.
They both felt it.
I was trying to help you.
Okay. I know you were.
You know the Kermit the tea meme?
Yeah.
That's Nixie right now,
Yeah.
face deep in their hot cocoa.
Yeah, I think Boba's just sitting in front of Nixie now, just like watching this like a tennis match.
Alright, let me clarify. I was drunk and totally spilled tipsy because I was upset about some stuff that I was part of a magical girl team. Totally spilled to Farah, not Nixie, sorry, names. Totally spilled to Farah that I was a magical girl, but I didn't tell her which one, and so she just knows that I'm part of the team, although now she might know more, depending on how conscious she was. When I picked her up and carried her to a hospital, I think she'll be okay. So she knows that I'm a magical girl, which, you know, in a roommate situation is not actually terrible, because then if I come home hurt, it's not gonna, like, make her super worried about what's going on in my life, which is great.
Ah, yes, the roommate scenario. And they were roommates.
So, I'm sorry, but I asked her not to ask any extra questions when I was a little bit more sober, and I told her I wouldn't tell her who I was or who anyone else was. So the only one who's even slightly blown is me and just her. For the vigilante stuff, I didn't stop. I'm sorry. But I wasn't gonna watch people get hurt and not step in to help.
That's not the problem.
Is that what you think we were doing? Oh my god.
Is that not what the point of the break was?
The point of... Valley's gonna stand up both plates, and she's gonna walk into the kitchen.
I think they're upset that you did it alone.
You could have
right back into her cup.
Yeah,
love
getting
Nixie
hurt.
chiming in about this.
I get hurt doing this. I got way less hurt
Greta.
fighting real normal people.
What would have happened if you got hurt? What would have happened to us? What would have happened to our group? What would have happened to you? What would have happened to your friend?
I don't know. I didn't ask myself these questions before. It was better to do it as Night Phlox when I was less likely to get hurt and more likely to be able to help people.
I will add in a little meta something as magical heroes. You are stronger than the average human being. So by transforming, Greta was making the safer bet when being a vigilante. However, not telling you about the vigilantism is still a bit of a problem.
Yeah, no. You guys have every right to be mad at me.
Yeah.
Out of character? Please be mad at me.
Out of character, please be angry at me.
In character, I am fighting for my life for this not to ruin my only friends besides Farah, who's like currently not dying, but kind of feels like it. Anyway.
So here's the thing. Your magical archetype moves are not accessible unless you're transformed. But I feel like, and I'm gonna check the rules on this, I do feel like your mystical connection moves are.
If See, the thing is, if my magical archetypes aren't accessible, that greatly reduces damage to myself and everyone around me. So I think I still would have transformed for that.
No, yeah, that's not the point. The reason I'm bringing this up, I'm bringing this up specifically for Nixie, who was interjecting with, "Hey, I think they're upset because you weren't straightforward with them and telling them what was going on." Nixie, I don't know if you want to roll a convince someone with flow. If you want to try to do something to maybe help settle this dispute between the group, but that is something worth considering. But in the meantime, y'all are free to continue arguing.
Apologies.
No, you're good.
So I'm sorry. I don't. What was I supposed to do?
Tell us the truth. Be honest with us so we could do this as a team. Because if
When
I
you-
knew you were out there doing this, I would have joined you. No argument.
Okay, yeah, totally no argument. So easy when we've been not arguing for the past how many months? Because I
You
should
know
trust
why.
either of you to work with me when you're not. I just want us to be okay. Keeping the secret made it a little bit easier to be okay.
And look at us now.
Valley's gonna come back in at this moment. She's holding a bottle of tequila and 4 shot glasses.
That's a mood.
Kier
He
just
puts-
grabs the bottle.
Kier. She's going to look at Kier and point and say, Kier, put it down. Please.
Okay, Mom.
Should have known you'd use that word. It was one of your favorites. Anyways. Did not. Alright. She's gonna pass out shot glasses and pour a shot for everyone. She's gonna sit down. And she's going to look at Greta specifically and say, the way it was handled wasn't right. The break. You're right. We should have handled it better. But if we are going to be a team again, which it looks like we're going to be, we can't have any more lies. Okay? I understand that keeping it a secret made it easier. But you also have to understand, if something had happened to you, it wouldn't just be us that was affected. How do you think Farah would have felt? Those monsters today still would have come. We have to keep each other in mind and be safe. I don't fight anymore because of my siblings. So you can't fight alone anymore. We have to work together if we're going to do this. I will fight with you. I will fight for you. But you have to be honest with us. Okay?
Okay. Does it? There's like the thought process of, on her face, of like, this might be digging myself into a deeper hole. Does it help if I was never in danger of dying? Like I never got that close.
I think maybe you should stop talking.
Wow.
They're still absolutely hiding behind their cocoa mug, and this is like,
Maybe you should stop.
and like anytime they pipe up, they immediately like go back down behind the mug.
That makes Valley laugh. And she's gonna look at Greta and nod and be like, yeah, you should stop talking. And then look at Nixie and be like, I'm sorry this is your first day as the team, but in part of the team. But welcome to the team. I promise we're much more functional once we get back into the swing of things.
I've been being chased by that turtle for the last 2 years.
Oh,
Boba!
In my defense, it was only 2 years. I could have been chasing them for 4.
Boba!
We needed all 4 guardians.
Yes,
you
you're
never heard
right!
of stranger danger?
Especially when it's a turtle!
A talking turtle too.
I'm talking. Did he have the balloons?
And no balloons. Why
Oh,
is there
thank
balloons?
God. You'll find out. Oh. Valley is trying so hard not to like bust out laughing at the ridiculousness of this whole thing.
Boba just sighed at the mention of balloons.
You're getting them back, young man.
Also, he turns to Nixie and he goes, "My name isn't Boba, by the way, but it's what they've decided to call me, so I just..."
His name is Boba.
It's easier than his full name.
Apparently
full
my
name
full
is
name is too
awful.
complicated.
Tell her your full name.
We actually never came up with a full name for him, so I'm not going to.
I started writing it and
We
I
started
never
writing
finished.
one and then we never finished it. It's okay, we can finish that later. That's bonus content. He just says, "I am sorry for having to drag you into this, Nixie, but we do need you, and things are only going to get worse from here." And he turns to look at the rest of you as he says this.
It was you. And she's looking at the three of them. They're thinking about the image that they saw with the flowers or the petals.
Yeah, I think you actually get a flash of that vision when Boba says it's only going to get worse from here.
I thought I'd been drugged. I'm not gonna lie. I saw some weird stuff. It was right before this all went down. I didn't know what else to think.
Yes, you've been mumbling about drugs ever since you first met me.
Oh, but why would you do that?
The three of you were much more receptive.
I also don't think Boba drugged
No,
anyone.
I didn't drug anyone.
It was rivers of flower petals that matched each of you.
Oh?
Water.
Oh
Water.
my god, oh my god.
Did you not believe me when I said they were your fourth?
I mean, you never really said that, though.
You just said go get water.
I didn't. First of all,
You were worried about our hydration.
I was not concerned about your hydration. I was saying,
Oh, jeez.
I'm always worried about your health, but as your health as a team, yes, you needed water to complete the set.
How were we supposed to know that?
I don't know that you said that. I think you just said go get water, and we were like, okay, I guess we'll refill our water bottles on the way out.
Water is your destiny. You must find water.
I apologize for being cryptic. You know, in your last lives, you understood me a lot better. But anyway.
Are you saying we're not as good anymore?
I'm saying you misinterpret me a lot more than your previous selves.
Be more clear.
I'll
almost
work
choked
on
my
that.
Sprite. I had to take the headphones off to be able to breathe.
Poor Poppy. Poor Poppy.
The minute you stopped talking, I was like, all right, maybe I can do this. And then you started talking again. I was like, shit!
I'm so sorry.
okay.
I'm only like 5% sorry, but I'm sorry.
I know.
Boba, maybe you need to consider that we are not our past selves, and we in fact live in a totally different world where we would expect you to be a little bit more straightforward instead of cryptic riddles.
Yes, I understand. This is a different century, and I need to adapt my methods. I apologize. Can we get back to your functionality as a group?
It's shit right now, isn't it?
You're a little rusty.
Oh, you think?
No shit.
I suppose I should talk to you all about where I've been for the last year.
That would be nice.
And as he says that, the camera pans up and away from Valley's house and pans up into the night sky. And that's where we're going to end this session. Our group has been brought together. There's a lot to learn, and maybe they will return. But for now, this was the Rise of the Wayward Guardians. Congrats, you guys. Great job. for anyone who is here and again doesn't know the system, this is Glitter Hearts by Greg Leatherman. You can pick this up anywhere online. It is powered by the Apocalypse. And speaking of powered by the Apocalypse, I am going to plug this one last time. The Baker family, creators of Apocalypse World, which then birthed other games such as Monster of the Week, Glitter Hearts, Thirsty Sword Lesbians, Monster Hearts 2, the list goes on, could really use some help as they get through a tumultuous time for McGay, who has been diagnosed with breast cancer. So if you have the funds, please consider donating. If you do not have funds to donate, please share and spread the word. And thank you all so much for joining us for this little adventure. We may see you again. We're gonna have talks. But this has been lovely. Thank you all so much. And I believe on Sunday we have another session of Light Arc coming up as our Radiant investigators start to reach the conclusion of their chapter in the Vigari universe. So we'll see what happens there. But for now, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.